Morning all, and this hearing is now called to order. We will continue this morning by having counsel for the applicant re-examine the witness. But before we do that, we would just ask that the witness be affirmed or swear.
Good morning, Dr. Carter.
Good morning.
Could you please stand and raise your right hand? Do you, Dr. Carter, declare and affirm that the evidence you shall give will be the truth, the whole truth, and nothing but the truth?
I do.
The witness is affirmed, sir.
Thank you. Recognize Ms. Watson.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. Before we move to the, well, this is a matter for the chairman to determine. You can either hear my preliminary matters now, or you can have Mr. Allen complete his re-examination of Mr. Carter, but there are some issues that I wish to raise of, shall we say, a housekeeping manner of yes.
So we will complete the re-examination and then we will deal with all housekeeping matters before we move to Mr. Blackman.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman.
Mr. Allen, or?
Thank you, Chair. Dr. Carter, you were examined as to your rate design and the concessions offered employees of the applicant. In setting your proposals as it related to employees, what guided your actions?
Our rate design for the employee tariff were guided by the Commission's 2010 decision, where they ordered that the first two usage bands of the employee's tariff be set at 20% less than or 20% lower than the first two blocks for the domestic service tariff after the early payment discount have been applied. The Commission also indicated that it wasn't unusual for businesses to offer their employees concessionary rates, and that the rates that they approved for the employee tariff were not unduly preferential.
And does your proposal offer the full benefits as set out in the 2010 decision that you just referenced?
No, our proposal did not go to the full extent of the concessions that the Commission allowed us to apply, again based on that 2010 decision. But our current rate proposal, we did not go to that extent, as I mentioned. The 2010 decision effectively allowed us to apply up to a 28% discount on the employee tariff for the first two usage bands. However, for our proposal, we have limited the effective discount or the effective concession to 20%.
Okay. You were also quizzed about the impact of your rate design on economic growth, but specifically asked to exclude the fuel clause adjustment in terms of that assessment. Is that appropriate?
But we do not believe that that is appropriate. That is appropriate to exclude the fuel clause adjustment from this this conversation. What we hear from our customers is that they are less concerned about our proposed changes to individual rate components, but they are more concerned about what impact does our application have on the overall electricity bills. The Clean Energy Bridge, whose costs are included in this rate application, is delivering fuel cost savings to our customers, and through this rate application, it will facilitate a net impact of reduced electricity bills for most of our customers.
Thank you, Chair. I was having difficulty unmuting. I should have finished off on the issue of employees, Dr. Carter. How many employees are we talking about in terms of being offered this concessionary rate so that we can understand the overall impact?
Just over 300 employees.
300 employees. And maybe unreasonable to ask, but what sort of percentage of your revenue are you looking at for those 300 employees? Do you have an idea?
Less than 0.1%.
Less than 0.1%. Okay, thank you. There was also a fair deal of time spent on savings due to street-light improvements. Similar to the question I just asked as to the employees, what percentage of your sales relate to streetlights so that the commission can have some context?
For the 2020 test year, streetlights accounted for less than 1% of our electricity sales.
Employees, less than 0. Okay, we're getting. Some reasonable concerns were raised as to charges to secondary voltage customers. And I accept and understand your indication that the applicant is willing to work with those customers to see if there are any other classes where they can reasonably be placed. But again, so we have perspective as to this issue. Is it not the case that many of these or some of these customers consume less electricity than the first lot of your domestic service?
Yes, the customers that you refer to are outliers, I should say, on the secondary voltage power tariff. So these are commercial customers that consume less than our lower usage domestic service customers. As we indicated, we are committed to reach out to these customers to understand their particular circumstance and to work with them to identify opportunities to reduce the potential rate impact on these customers.
So if you have that type of usage, you are then certainly not dealing with any medium to large operation with many employees, I would imagine.
You're correct. These customers There is very little activity at these locations that utilize electricity. So it is unlikely that these operations are very active operations.
Okay. Now, intervener went, queried the growth of the rate base during a period of flat sales. Not stated, but maybe the suggestion as to why would that be the case. What does that fact reveal about the applicant and its operations?
Well, the fact that the utilities rate base is growing while its sales have remained flat or negative, in my opinion, speaks about the commitment of the utility to service its customers, in that the utility continues to invest in infrastructure to deliver a reliable and safe electricity service, despite there's little growth to its sales.
Therefore, something to be commended, not to be taken issue with.
I agree. Yeah.
Chair, that is it for re-examination of Dr. Carter. Thank you.
Thank you. Dr. Carter, you're dismissed. In terms of a few housekeeping matters, please note that Commissioner Griffith is today online. We have also extended the deadline for written submissions. That date is now October 28th, 2022. So the deadline for the submission of your written submissions is now October 28th. Council, we would be asking the status of the outstanding, there's still some outstanding documents from the applicant that the interveners had requested. So Council, could you provide us with an update in regards to those documents that are still outstanding?
Sir, I would defer to Mr. Blackman on the issue of the outstanding documents in terms of any that are still to be delivered. Either Mr. Blackman or Ms. Griffith time out, depending on who is better placed to speak to
them. Chair, so I'm not sure about what additional documents are still outstanding. I could ask my team. We had sought to provide everything that we thought was requested. So up to yesterday, we were of the view that we had submitted what had been requested or outstanding. So if there are some additional ones that could be identified by the commission or staff member of the commission, we would then seek to fill in any gaps, but we weren't aware of any additional items.
Chair, I would also like to add that I do know that there was a request yesterday or day before for documents which were not raised during the proceedings, not sanctioned in our mind by the commission as documents to be delivered. And that request has not been dealt with on the basis that it was not raised or indicated by the commission. But as to the documents that were indicated, if you would specifically indicate which you are referencing, that would be helpful.
Ms. Allen, we will get back to you shortly. We'll be asking the commission staff just to cross-check that list. But in the meanwhile, I would take the queries now from Ms. Watson.
Thank you, Chairman. Mr. Chairman, there are a few preliminary matters, and one of them will touch on the issue of documents. But first, Mr. Chairman, I wish to raise statements that were made by lead counsel for the Barbados Light and Power in relation to me in this hearing, and I wish those to be addressed directly by the commission. First, let me refer you to the transcript for day 11 at line 1657 to 1660 and 1672 to 73. Now, in those lines, which I will not read because I believe the commission can obviously read them for themselves, Mr. Aline suggests that I am making false premises before the commission. In that I asserted that there was no evidence laid in the matter that the applicant was guided by a Cahill article. Mr. Chairman, here is what Mr. Blackman actually said under cross-examination by public counsel. And I'm reading from day 6 transcript, starting at line 1533. Mr. Blackman said, sorry, Ms. Dean says, good afternoon, is it still morning? Sorry, good morning. Yes, sir. Okay, my first question. How did the government inform Barbados Light and Power about its plan for the Cahill Waste to Energy plant? Mr. Blackman responded, the actual communication or the way that was communicated, I cannot recall in this 10 seconds. I know that there were discussions with officials in the ministry at the time, and at some point there was public notice given in relation to an agreement signed, and that's in relation to the waste to energy component of the 60 megawatts that I mentioned. There was also a biomass component, and I do recall with the biomass, we had been having ongoing discussions at the time with the development team within government that was working on that project, and that would have been Andrews. So Andrews would have been ongoing meeting with the team that was developing the biomass plant. Cahill would have been, I would say there were some discussions with the officials from the ministry, but I can't recall for certain. And most certainly there was a public notice given on an agreement for capacity. Ms. Sharon Dean, okay, Mr. Blackman, you have that notice. Could you put your hands on that notice? Mr. Roger Blackman, it was a front page story. I could try to Google it for you, but I remember a front page with lots of smiling faces, an official photo at the time. Mr. Chairman, I am officially registering my complaint about Mr. Ali's statement before this commission that I engaged in falsehoods before the commission. And I am requesting that Mr. Aline be directed by the panel to withdraw his statements that I have referred to. I am not asking for an apology from Mr. Aline. I do not wish one. I am requesting that he be made to withdraw the statements that are now published in the transcript and that the transcript reflect that withdrawal. In my view, Mr. Chairman, those statements impugn my integrity as counsel in suggesting that I made falsehoods in presenting to the commission, and I wish to have those statements withdrawn. I will pause, Mr. Chairman, for your ruling.
She indicated that the statements were found on day 6 of the transcript and from line 1633. And I think it would have been also in day 11, Ms. Watson.
The statements of
Mr. Aline was on day 11.
Yes, that I made false premise. We're on, premises, we're on day 11.
But they're on day 11. Day 11, 1672 to 1673?
Yes, Mr. Chairman, let me give you the exact lines. 1657 to 1660 and 1672 to 73.
Three. Mr. Allen, you would have heard the statement, so I'm just as if you, as the council looks for the relevant statement, I will give you the opportunity to respond to the statement by Ms. Watson.
Thank you, Chair. Chair, I'm looking at the transcript of day 11 and my specific words. The Barbados Light and Power nor any of the representatives in this hearing have not indicated that a Cahill article guided their policy. There is no need to put false premises to the witnesses. That was my statement. I repeated it, sir. I repeat, there's no evidence in this matter that the applicant was guided by a Cahill article, and I stand by that statement. The matters just read by Ms. Watson do not indicate in any manner that they were guided as to their determination as to not to retire steam and proceed on the basis of a Cahill article. I made no false statements. That is not a statement that is proven by the section read by Ms. Watson, and I see no need to withdraw any of the things that I have said. It was a false premise. It did not guide their policy.
May I speak, Mr. Chairman?
Yes, Ms. Watson.
Yes, I will note that council has doubled down. The evidence before the commission is that and it is in their application, and it is oral evidence that the company made decisions regarding the retirement of the steam plant based on certain indications from government, and included in those indications were indications relating to Cahill. When asked about where they got those notices about Cahill, well, I've just read it. Mr. Blackman referred to meetings, referred to public statements, and one of those public statements was a Cahill article. I think council knows how we will move from one step to the other in determining what the evidence is before the commission. I reiterate my complaint, Mr. Chairman, and ask that council be required to withdraw those statements.
Thank you, Ms. Watson, and we will take the matter into consideration, and we will make a decision a little later in the day. Okay.
Mr. Chairman, I do have two other issues I wish to raise. One of them is related to documents. But secondly, Mr. Chairman, on the same occasion, that is day 11, Mr. Aline, acting for the applicant, in objecting to me cross-examining the applicant with reference to the Nation News article BLPC's call, made statements recorded at lines 1627 to 1636 of that transcript, of the day 11 transcript, that taken together form an innuendo that I was tendering falsified evidence in this hearing, and those statements impugn my personal and professional integrity and call into question my conduct as counsel. Mr. Aline would be very aware of the implications of those statements, which have been published in the transcript and published by broadcast. Might I add that by his statement, he also impugned the reputation of a well-respected senior journalist, and by extension, he also impugned the reputation of my co-intervener, in as much as we are filing these documents and making these presentations before the commission as a joint enterprise. I am registering my formal complaint, and I'm asking that the commission direct Mr. Aline to withdraw those statements and that the transcript reflect that.
Okay. Mr. Aline, your response?
Sir, I would need to refer to the lines that my friend has referenced.
Those lines are 1627 to 1636 of the day 11 transcript.
Sorry, could you repeat those lines?
Day 11, 1627 to 1636.
Um, sir, I'm not trying to be difficult. I asked for the lines again so that I can see no innuendo that is implied by 1629 to 1636. I called into question the manner in which evidence was being put before the commission. I make no reference to any journalists. I make no reference to anything that could be interpreted by anyone reasonably looking at those lines to be something that calls into question the character of Miss Watson. So I'm unsure as to what innuendo was interpreted.
Okay, noted, and we will also take the statement and we will consider this matter also and give our determination. Okay, Ms. Watson,
Thank you,
you
Mr.
have.
Yes, in relation to the documents that have been provided during the course of the hearing, there are several documents that were emailed to us during the hearing by counsel for the applicant that are not supported by affidavit, Mr. Chairman. Among these documents are the insurance documents, some of which we received, I believe, up to 2 days ago, the self-insurance fund internal reports and the Gallagher report, correspondence related to the non-retirement of the steam plant, etc. There, of course, cannot be one set of rules for the Medes and another set for the Persians. If the applicant is relying on any of these documents, including in this hearing today, they have not been properly filed. I am requesting that the commission issue directions regarding the proper filing and service of these documents if they're to serve as documentary evidence. And if the applicant asserts that they are not being submitted by the applicant, or they're only being submitted by the applicant because they were asked for by either the interveners or the panel, then the commission must, and they're not going to support them by affidavit, then the commission must remove them from the record and treat the associated oral evidence as uncorroborated by any documentary evidence. Can we have a ruling on that, Mr. Chairman?
Chair, the applicant was requested, as you would well be aware, during these proceedings, to supply certain documents that came to the mind of interveners as they cross-examined, sometimes seemingly just thrown in for a request, but they were supplied on the basis of those requests. They are not documents that the applicant put in as evidence. They are not documents which we were relying on in the context of being presented as evidence. And if my friend does not wish them to be considered evidence in these proceedings, I assume she will then not be doing any cross-examination of Mr. Blackman on the basis of those documents. But we did not tender them as evidence, and as such, they were not tendered in the manner as requiring an affidavit support. We are quite comfortable with the evidence that has been put before the commission as to the circumstances of the applicant's operations. It is well supported, and I do not need to remind the commission the manner in which these requests came about. For a request now to say that they be tendered as evidence by the applicant would be taken in March as to how we ran our case. But as I said, we submitted ourselves to the commission's directions and presented the documents as requested.
Okay, thank you, Mr. Allen. We will also we would consider the issue and we will make a determination on this matter as well. Ms. Watson, any other?
Yes, Mr. Chairman. I just want to, there's just one other thing, but I want to make a statement related to Mr. Ali's assertions about how that evidence came about. Because among those requests, those loose facts and those requests were the requests related to a regulator or government authority permission for removing money from the self-insurance fund. And we will note that the applicant has filed those by affidavit. So the applicant needs to take a position. It's either going to treat what we have asked for as evidence or it isn't. Mr. Chairman, one final housekeeping issue that I'd like to raise. There are some instances in this hearing where the applicant has claimed confidentiality for one set of information or another. The applicant has not followed the correct procedure for claiming confidentiality, and it is not sufficient for a witness or for counsel in a transmission email to merely state that a document or some information is confidential. For example, there's the model that is to be demonstrated to the commission, and we note that there was no reference to interveners being able to see how that model functions, even though we are parties to the hearing. And more recently, there's some insurance documents that we are told we cannot have because they're confidential and they relate to the group. There are other documents that were not provided in interrogatories because they're claimed to be confidential. And we are requesting that the panel direct the applicant to follow the Utility Regulation Procedure Rule 13 in requesting confidentiality in any documents that have been filed during the course of the hearing. We'd also like to have your ruling.
Chair, let me first respond to statement on the subsequent matter. If you would recall, during re-examination, I sought to put certain documents to Mr. Blackman in relation to the self-insurance fund. Issue was taken on the matter because they were not served on the other side. Even though it was my right during re-examination to rebut the claims being made, I believe that you, Chair, decided in a level to give equity that I would not be allowed to do that re-examination on those documents until they had been placed in the intervener's hands. As such, those documents were filed with an affidavit because we are relying on them for the purposes of the evidence in this matter. It's very simple. As to the matter of the confidentiality issues on two specific related documents, I think a little context is necessary. During the testimony of Dr. Hanser, he would have indicated to the commission that certain information he considered proprietary and that it was not his normal circumstance to share his models, even though he was quite willing to have the commission supply matters for his testing so that their experts can make an assessment. During re-examination of Dr. Hanser, I requested and got him to agree to supply the model for the commission who had made the request in terms of the commission being able to carry out its function of testing the expert's testimony. I had no issues with that. I thought it was appropriate. But in the context where the request came from the commission, in the context where the witness clearly stated the controlling elements of his ability to share, I do not believe that it is out of order for the commission to say that it was a request of the commission. There were no requests or testing in cross-examination of Dr. Hanser as to his model by any intervener. The only entity persons who raised issues with Dr. Hanser as to his modeling and his manner was the commission. And he specifically said, I will share with the commission so the commission can do its testing. I do not believe that is an unreasonable situation, and I do believe it carries itself outside of the purview of the relevant regulation referenced by Ms. Watson. As it relates to the policy documents, insurance documents, and the like, I will be guided by the commission in that regard, but I will say this. As I said, these requests were coming fast and furious during cross-examination, no reference, no notice, no warning. It has always been the applicant's position that it has wanted these proceedings to go forward with a degree of alacrity and come to some degree of conclusion in a timely manner. It was on that basis that the request for the insurance documents was facilitated as best we could. We shared what was easily within our possession and in our right to share, and we indicated the issues related to the other policy, which involves 40 plus insurers and a numerous number of other affiliate entities. The controlling elements as to why it would be difficult to share that document is not hard to be able to determine by any reasonable commercially minded person. To facilitate the assessment and the request made by the interveners, the applicant gave a full statement of all circumstances related to the policy, such that anyone who's interested in the substantive matters as to whether the applicant has reasonable, good, sufficient cover could see the information that could satisfy that determination. Taking issues on procedure simply for the basis of delaying proceedings, where the applicant is seeking to facilitate requests made by interveners, I do not believe is appropriate. But as I said, I will be guided by the commission on the issue of the insurance policy, but I do believe that the commission is in its power to say, we believe the relevant information, relevant being the operative word, is well before the interveners and the commission, such that an assessment can be made of the matter that was raised during cross-examination of the applicant's witnesses. Thank you, Chair.
Thank you. Ms. Allen, your
Mr. Chairman, may I just make a couple of observations in relation to what Mr. Allen just said. First, let me remind the commission that these documents were asked for when Mr. Blackman first gave evidence. That is over 2 weeks ago. So any question of delay is not on the part of the interveners, and the applicant always had the opportunity to address the issue of confidentiality during that period. I also find it to be rather ironic that the applicant is referring us to some spreadsheet that it created, but it has not supported that by any affidavit. So it wants to, on the one hand, benefit from one action, and on the other hand, suggest that that should not be properly filed. I will leave that with the commission to address, but the applicant cannot be permitted to suggest that interveners are asking for information willy-nilly. I would recall that the commission itself was keenly interested in all of the circumstances surrounding the treatment of the self-insurance fund and the continued coverage of generation assets in particular, which obviously are of significant import in the supply of electricity in Barbados. But I would have to reject council's assertion that we are seeking to delay and that they should be allowed to skirt the rules and not submit any request for confidentiality in the way that the rules require. They've had ample time, Mr. Chairman.
Thank you, Ms. Watson, and we would also make a determination on this matter. Okay, that is your final request, ma'am. Sorry, this is your final request, Ms. Watson?
Just trying to unmute, Mr. Chairman. Yes, thank you. Thank you for accommodating.
Okay. All right. Thank you, Ms. Watson. Thank you, Council. So,
Mr. Chairman?
yes, Mr. Wayne?
Just a couple matters, please, indulge me. In inquiring about the outstanding requests of the applicant, I think the counsel for the applicant said that there were some additional things that came in which they were of the view did not come up during the hearing. And that might have been, not sure if it was referring to my letter of the 10th of October. But that letter inquired of the general insurance and the generation plant. And you would recall, Mr. Chairman, that in that discussion, I think that would have been on day 6, page 126. This would be point 126. Let me see if I could bring it up here. Right. On day 6, you would recall that during cross-examination of Mr. Blackman, we did ask for the value. We had some discourse on the generation plant and whether it could have been in the self-insurance fund, which we subsequently realized it could have been. But then Mr. Blackman, I think that going from 126 down, and is there a separate fund then that covers generation? And Mr. Blackman continued on 127, no, not to the best of to my knowledge. So our generation assets uninsured, are they insured? They are insured by the third-party commercial insurance. So then there's a separate cover then that covers that. Yes, and there's a layer or a cover which is the third party. So Mr. Blackman, what is the coverage for the insurance? The value, Mr. Blackman asked, yeah, to cover the separate because we don't have it. And he asked, and Mr. Blackman continued to say that that information would be provided. I don't have it, but I will have to get that for you, which is on page 145. So one is, which is on line 145. I don't have that.
Mr. Wayne?
Yes.
I'm not too certain that he's referring to the request in relation to the insurance because we have a list of the things that you requested. I think he would, I don't know, but in your letter,
Yeah.
you would have asked if for a copy of the land tax bill.
Yes.
So that is what I think. I can't speak for council,
Right.
but I think that it is that request that he may say that you should not be asking for. That is, if that is specifically what council is referring to, but the other matters relating to the insurance, those are.
And all the other matters then, so I don't need to go on, but let me explain.
Right, it is only the, so
Okay.
just let me ask
Sir.
council if that is what he's referring to before we proceed, to say that we are all on the same page. I think it's the matter of the land tax bill. Council?
Yes, I believe the land tax was one of the items referenced that had not been raised as a request during proceedings. Can I defer to Ms. Kim Griffith-Tainau as to whether there were any other elements that we considered not raised during proceedings? I wouldn't want to be misquoted.
Good morning, panel. Good morning, Chair. Yes, there were other items that we would have received from Mr. Wendt in the last 2 days, some of which we would have provided previously when we answered interrogatories. Some things are already embedded in places in our application. And then it was the matter of the land tax bill, which was one of the new items that he was requesting that had not previously been raised during hearing. So we would just need the commission's guidance at this stage as it relates to Mr. Wendt's request.
Mr. Chairman, could I ask why that is important? Explain. We have a major known and measurable change for the Clean Energy Bridge for land tax of $1.2 million. That is in relation to the new bridge. Well, so we're of the view that if a new bridge is going in, then the land tax related to that really should apply. And you would be aware that I've asked the Ministry of Finance to see if they could give us any relief. Yeah. Now, if it is that the steam plant is being removed, and based on the testimony that we have heard, the building and the steam plant next year all will be demolished. Now, if those buildings are demolished, then the improved value on the land tax for those buildings would probably have to go as well. So that is why we are asking for that information. Thanks, Mr. Chairman.
Ms. Watson, you wanted to make a statement?
Yes, Mr. Chairman, thank you. I'm just correcting, not correcting. I neglected to give you a particular reference in relation to the newspaper article statements made by Mr. Arlene, and those are lines 1581 to 1588. Those actually are the pertinent lines that I wish the commission to refer to.
And which day?
Day 11. Day 11, lines 1581 to 1588.
repeat lines 158.
81 through to 1588.
Okay. So just let me
Thank
give
you.
Mr. Allen the opportunity to look at the statements and give his response.
Thank you, Chair. 1 second. Chair, again, this dealt with the admissibility of the subject article, and I made a number of statements as to what I was unaware of, all of which were quite true. I do not know how they in any way cast any aspersions, negative innuendo, or otherwise on any parties. So I do stand by my original statement on this matter.
Thank you, Counsel, and we will examine and we'll consider the issues, we'll make our determination, and we'll provide statement on, as a result of our determination later in the day.
So, Mr. Chairman, I don't want to hold a hearing back, sorry. So I'm assuming that the only thing that wanted clarity was the land taxes, the request for that.
Yes,
And then the
so-
board will make a decision.
And we will make a decision.
Yes, thank you
in
very
relation
much.
to
Yes,
that
just
as
for
well.
clarity.
Okay, thank you. So I think we've dispensed with all of the housekeeping issues. So the next area for consideration now would be, we would be recalling Mr. Blackman. So Mr. Blackman, you can take the witness stand, and we would have Ms. Motley.
Good morning, Mr. Blackman. Could you please raise your right hand? Do you, Mr. Blackman, declare and affirm that the evidence you shall give will be the truth, the whole truth, and nothing but the truth?
I do.
The witness is affirmed, sir.
Mr. Allen, would you want to make any statements at this time or questions of Mr.
Yes.
Blackman at this time?
Thank you. What I will generally do in terms to move along the matter is that I will tender Mr. Blackman for the queries that were raised by the interveners. And I will defer any re-examination or related clarification, amplification to the end with your concurrence, Chair, because I think that would be a more effective way and a more speedy manner of getting through. I would also like to ask the Commission to be particularly focused on ensuring that this does not devolve into a rehearing, reassessment, an opportunity to go at queries that persons forgot to ask in over 1 week plus of hearings. Mr. Blackman is being brought back for specific reasons as indicated by this commission. And I would ask that the commission ensure that the interveners stick to those specific reasons as raised. Obviously, there is some discretion within the commission in making this assessment. Mr. Blackman is a witness tendered before you for that purpose. But I would hope that this is not a situation where the commission would allow far-ranging, totally irrelevant, or other matters which are already being canvassed to be again put to Mr. Blackman only for the purposes, in my mind, of dragging out these proceedings. So I am requesting the commission to be astute in terms of making that assessment of the questions that are being asked of the witness. Thank you, Chair.
Yeah, thank you, Counsel, but we also would note that there were instances in which some of the other employees were asked questions in which they deferred back to Mr. Blackman, so we would be mindful that, or we would ask Mr. Blackman to be able to answer such questions that the interveners may have posed, and one or two employees might have indicated that Mr. Blackman would be the best person to ask those questions, and we did ask that the interveners note those questions, and those are the questions that would be posed to Mr. Blackman as well.
Totally agreed, Chair. I have no issue with that. That is well understood.
Okay, thank you. And so, Mr. Blackman, we will begin our re-examination of you, and I'm going to ask Commissioner Martinez to ask you a couple questions.
Sure. Morning, all.
Good morning, Mr. Blackman. On Friday, the 23rd of September, in your testimony at lines 602 to 607, you stated that the insurance costs in 1998 had grown significantly over what had been determined and included in the rates from the 1993 decision, approximately from $700,000 to $4.5 million, and that because of these increased costs, the shareholders decided to set aside money for insuring T&D assets. By the time this decision was reached, do you think any other costs included in the revenue requirement from the 1993 rate case had changed?
Yes, I believe other costs may have changed over that period. I'm sorry, can you hear me?
Yes, I can hear you. Also,
Yeah.
on that same date, Mr. Blackman, in your testimony at lines 1638 to 1640, you stated in 1993 that the SIF investments would have been money that would have otherwise been earned by the shareholder or dividended to the shareholder. Now, if some of the costs increase and other costs decrease, can you kindly explain why it is BLPC's position that prior investments into the SIF were funded by shareholders only?
Yes. So as I would have indicated previously, the amount of insurance included in rates would have been substantially lower than what had actually been being put in at the time the self-insurance fund was put in. I think I recall indicating the magnitude or the amount of money we were speaking of over the period between rate cases, the 83 and the 10s. It was in the order of 20 million, I believe, that would have been built into rates. But somewhere in the order of 70, 71 million would have been the actual insurance cost before considering self-insurance, which was a further 98 million injection before of course, interest on that. So the difference is vast, is extremely big gap between the two. And therefore, on that basis, I would have asserted and continue to assert that that is money that would have been injected by shareholders or foregone as otherwise would have been paid as dividends to the shareholder.
But I just want to be clear, Mr. Blackman. Now, insurance is an expense which would be paid before you could determine the net income of the company, correct?
Yes, commercial, yes.
And therefore, the only funds that will be left over to pay to retained earnings will be whatever your net income is after the payment of all your expenses, correct?
That's correct.
And only those retained earnings would then be used for the payment of dividends, correct?
The retained earnings can be used for the payment of dividends, or in this case, setting aside of the money for the self-insurance fund.
So are you now saying that the monies to establish the self-insurance fund came from the company's retained earnings?
I'm saying that is money that would have otherwise gone into retained earnings, correct, and paid a dividend.
That's not what I'm asking you, Mr. Blackman. I asked you if the money to establish the self-insurance fund came from the retained earnings.
It was money that was foregone as dividends, which would have had to...
Mr. Blackman, that's not what I'm asking you. I am asking you if the money to establish the self-insurance fund came from the company's retained earnings.
The money to set up self-insurance fund, I have previously indicated were foregone dividends. So yes, it would have had to come from what would have otherwise been retained earnings.
So, Mr. Blackman, if you did not have a self-insurance fund, would you have taken commercial insurance for the coverage of those assets?
Commercial insurance was not available, Chair, for those assets.
I'm just asking, in terms of any company insuring its assets, in insuring the assets of an entity, would there be a need to have insurance?
There's a need for insurance, but in the event that is not commercially available, then some alternative mechanism needs to be established. And in this case, commercial insurance would not have been available for a certain category of assets, specifically the T&D assets, and therefore an alternative arrangement was necessary, which is to set aside funds to establish what was eventually the trust. And those are funds that would have otherwise been set aside would have gone into retained earnings and be paid as a dividend.
Mr. Blackman, I don't think that we are discussing the same issue, because my question is, if commercial insurance was available, would you have chosen commercial insurance if it was available?
Yeah, certainly. If commercial insurance was available, we would have chosen commercial insurance. And in fact, commercial insurance was available for everything else. That was the 70 million that we paid versus the 20 million that was included.
So my question is, if commercial insurance was available, how would you have met the cost of commercial insurance?
We would have paid, if commercial insurance was available, we would have paid for that commercial insurance in the same way that we did pay for what was available out of the revenue that was earned by the business and as an expense.
Yeah, right. So you would have treated it as an expense?
That's correct.
And the expenses would have been deducted from the revenues to...
That's correct.
So that you would then get your net income?
That is correct, yes.
So I'm asking, why would the money placed in self-insurance fund not be treated the same way? That is the question that we're asking. Why would you see it as money that would be going to shareholders?
Yeah, the reason for it is because commercial insurance was not available.
Mr. Blackman, I understand. I'm just trying to I understand that commercial insurance was not available. What I'm trying to understand is the treatment of the funds. Because if commercial insurance was available,
correct, yeah,
you would have treated it as an expense.
That is correct, but if commercial insurance wasn't available, so it wouldn't have been treated that.
Right, and those funds would have been paid to a third party, some person outside of the organization, correct?
If it had been available, yes, that's a hypothetical, but that didn't actually transfer.
Okay, Mr. Blackman.
And Mr. Blackman, further for the chair's questioning, if you'd paid third-party insurance in the amount, there would have been no ability then for you to dividend to your shareholder $100 million, correct?
Could you repeat that?
I said that if you had paid third-party commercial insurance, they don't give you back the money you paid in premium. So therefore, you would not, let me finish, you would not have been in a position to dividend back $100 million from the said same fund to your shareholder, would you have been?
You're correct. We would not have been if commercial insurance had been available.
Thank you. Mr. Blackman, if the self-insurance fund had not been created, would the BLPC's assets have gone unprotected?
Could you repeat that?
If the self-insurance fund had not been established, would the T&D assets been uninsured?
Yes, they would have been uninsured.
Okay. Is it prudent for the utility assets to have been, it would not have been prudent to allow the T&D assets to be uninsured, correct?
It wouldn't, certainly in our opinion, it wouldn't have been. Many other utilities have found themselves in situations and have had to run without their T&D insured. So I know it's not unique to find utilities in that situation, but our position certainly was that it wouldn't be prudent to move forward with the T&D uninsured. And therefore, the decision was taken at the time to set aside the fund. But that certainly isn't the case across the board for all utilities.
Mr. Blackman, in relation to the company's position that any change in the cost above those considered in the 1983 rate case, that those funds are all shareholder funds, correct?
Can you repeat that?
That is it is it position of BLPC that any change in the cost above those considered initially in 1983 would be solely shareholder funds?
As it relates to the insurance costs?
Yes.
Or are you talking about all? Yeah, and as it relates to insurance costs, yes.
Yeah. And would any change in cost below those considered in the rate case be customer funds for refund?
As it relates to insurance costs?
All costs.
As it relates to all costs, as it relates to all costs, no, I don't believe that to be the case. What you would do is, as we had indicated, as we're looking at the cost between the last rate case and now, there are some costs that will go up and some costs that will go down. So we manage the cost of the business to suit between rate cases.
Okay. I have one further question, Mr. Blackman. We noted that you, in relation to queries raised on the self-insurance fund, you provided correspondence from BLPC to the Commission in relation to the reduction of the self-insurance fund. And in the letter, I think it was dated May 2016, signed by Mrs. Griffith Tang Howe, you stated that the company employs 3 forms of insurance, being the self-insurance fund, another self-insurance fund called Emery Insurance, and general commercial insurance. Can you please advise if this is still the situation?
Yes, that is still the situation.
Okay, because previously you had said that you only use self-insurance, being the self-insurance fund, and commercial third-party insurance. In relation to the use of Emery Insurance, that company was established as a captive insurance company in Barbados, correct?
That is correct, yeah.
So then can you explain to me how prior to the repeal of the Exempt Insurance Act, it was permitted to insure risk in Barbados?
That particular company is, I'm not sure of the answer to that specific question.
Well, you stated that it is a company licensed pursuant to the provisions of the Exempt Insurance Act. And prior to the repeal of the Exempt Insurance Act, exempt insurance companies were not permitted to insure risk in Barbados.
Yeah, so what I'm saying is I'm not sure of the legal, that is a legal question that I'd have to maybe defer to my legal team. However, what I would say is that the captive insurance company no longer covers any insurance for Barbados Light and Power.
But I'm getting confused now, Mr. Blackman, because I asked you initially if the situation as outlined in the 2016 letter still pertains, and you said yes.
Yeah, the company still exists, but it doesn't offer insurance coverage to the applicant, to Barbados Light and Power. But the company does exist, to your point. So that was why
my question was whether or not you still obtain insurance from these 3 sources as outlined in your letter.
Okay, well, let me clarify that then. We only acquire insurance, we only have insurance from the SIF, the Self-Insurance Fund, and the third-party commercial insurance. The third entity does exist, but it no longer covers the underwrites risk for Barbados Light and Power.
And can you tell me in what year they stopped underwriting risk for Barbados Light and Power?
I can't. Sometime, it may be about 2 years ago, I want to say.
So that would be 2020?
Somewhere around 2019, 2020. I can confirm that for you, though, afterwards.
Thank you, Mr. Blackman.
Okay.
Mr. Blackman, in 2019, the Barbados Light and Power Company requested certain treatment of the excess deferred tax liability arising from the change in corporate income tax rates from the FTC. In response, the FTC ordered that the Barbados Light Power Company confirm the final amount of the gain, that would be your excess deferred tax liability, and hold that amount in a regulatory account, and then have that amount be taken into account during the rate review through an adjustment to the revenue requirement. The Commission stated that this approach would be a more efficient means of facilitating the return of the gains to the customer. Is it correct that the Barbados Light Power Company does not intend to return these gains to the customers on the basis that it is past and current returns have been less than the allowed return in the last rate proceedings?
I got the first part of the question. Maybe just that last part, could you repeat, Chair, for me?
Okay. The Commission had stated that in its approach, it would be a more efficient means of facilitating the return of the gains to the customer. So the question is it correct that the Barbados Light and Power Company does not intend to return these gains to the customers on the basis that it is past and that current returns have been less than the allowed return in the last rate proceedings?
I would say generally yes, but if you would allow me to give a little bit more context around it.
Okay, yes, please explain.
Okay, so yes, in as much as I think you mentioned there that over the period 2018, 19, 20, 21, you submitted information subsequent to the test year. There were a number of other expenses that would have gone up, and all in all, we were able to show that we didn't over-earn, and in fact, we significantly under-earned over that period. So in that context, I would say the answer to your question is yes. Just a bit more context, though, in terms of the setting aside money in a regulatory account. We don't currently have, so that was something that the staff of the Commission had raised at the time. I believe you should see subsequent correspondence where we had further discussions following that first bit of dialogue, and coming out of those further discussions, as we had indicated, there's no provision for setting aside or regulatory account and setting up a regulatory account didn't exist, or provision for doing that didn't exist, and still doesn't exist at this point in time. So in light of that, and following those discussions, and as you will see in the correspondence we subsequently sent, we had agreed that we would realize that amount in that 1 year, and that was what we did. And as we presented the results for the following years, we showed that we significantly under-earned, and over the entire period, in fact, we've under-earned quite significantly. So my answer is yes.
So do you agree that the excess deferred tax liability represents money that has been collected from ratepayers but has not and will not be remitted to the Barbados government?
I believe so, that the answer to that is yes, because it would have represented a reduction in the tax liability of the company based on the changes to the tax regulations at that time.
Okay, thank you. So is the return to shareholders and providers of debt a function of simply applying a rate of return to the utility investment in plant, or is it based off the expenses incurred by the utility?
Could you repeat that question, Senator?
Right. So is the return to shareholders and providers of debt a function of applying a rate of return to the utility investment, or is it based off of the expenses incurred by the utility?
I believe it would be a function of the utility investment, as well as the return on that investment would be impacted by the revenue and expenses that the business has. So I don't see it as an either or statement, because the return itself, so yes, it's a function of return and the investment that the utility has, because it's a return on investment that we're speaking about when we're looking at return to the shareholder. But that return is a function of the revenue and expenses that the business has.
So what is your understanding in terms of the whole question? We have revenue requirement and we have the return. What is your understanding of the difference in these two concepts?
So the return, well, the revenue requirement would be the return on the investment that we have plus the expenses that are incurred prudently by the business.
Yes.
So the sum of those two.
Good. Right. So we're understanding basically the same thing. So the question was really, should you think only of, let's say, the deferred tax liability? Should all of this go to the investor, or should some of it be apportioned back to the ratepayer? So that is more or less the question.
Yes.
So if
I'm understanding,
I
think it is
that it is both expenses as well as the return on the investment.
That's right.
Good. So with a deferred income tax liability, it meant that the funds that would have been paid by the ratepayers towards income tax, you agree that that had been reduced as a result of the... That was reduced. So your overall expenses would have been reduced?
No.
If you're thinking of the amount of money for taxation to be treated as such, I'm just trying to get an understanding in terms of...
As it relates exclusively to tax, yeah, that is correct.
Right. So I'm just saying, so if the tax was reduced, should all of this go to the shareholder, or should some go back to the ratepayer?
If we are over-earning, I would agree it should go to the ratepayer. If we're under-earning because other expenses went in the other direction, then in my opinion, it should go to the shareholder.
So the basis is that you need to make the exact rate of return every year.
No, so how we understand the rate of return is really an approved rate of return that's determined as being reasonable. But as you can see from our results over the 10 years between the rate case, we hardly ever actually achieved that. There was 1 year and one specifically referred to where we would have exceeded, I think it was 11-point-something% as a result of that tax change. What we seek to do as so it's not a guaranteed return. What we seek to do as a business, having had a decision from the regulator and an approved reasonable rate of return approved by the regulator, is between rate cases, we seek as far as possible to manage the business, to manage our expenses in a way where if something goes up, rather than just simply run to the FTC or the regulator for relief on it, we seek to find ways to ensure that we're operating the business as efficiently as possible. And we certainly did that several times during the last 10 years. The big one would have been, as I mentioned, the re-engineering around 2015, 2016. So while we were seeing additional costs, we sought to manage the business through careful and prudent management of other expenses, which included insurance, the things like taxes, and the ease that we would have gotten in taxes in 2018 would have again allowed us to manage those increases in other areas and defer coming back to the regulator for an increase for as long as we have. So it really is not a guaranteed rate of return. We know that is not the case. It is an approved and determined to be reasonable. And what we seek to do as a business is manage as best we can to achieve that reasonable return. But more often than not, as you'd see in the last few years and the rate case, prior to the last rate case, more often than not, we don't quite get there. We try to get as close as we can.
So would you see let's say, reduced income tax rate that would result in a deferred income tax liability, that would you see this as a source of funds from shareholders? Or
No.
would you, right. So why should the shareholders be the recipient of a gain that is not related to their investment in plant?
In my opinion, again, I would share that the taxes would be an expense that the business incurs, like several other expenses. Depreciation, for example, is one that stands out because in the last 10 years, and certainly when you compare what our depreciation expense would have been in the rate case and what was included in the last rate case in 2010 compared to what it actually is now and what it would have been for most of the period, you'd see that we paid substantially more in depreciation expenses as a result of inflationary pressures. Many other expenses grew as well. So when you look, from our opinion, when you look at the overall picture from an expense standpoint, an earnings standpoint, provided that we're not over-earning, those gains that we get from things like taxes are offset the reductions that we have from other expenses which grow, like depreciation. It offsets as well revenue that may not materialize because our assumption for sales in the test year was significantly higher than what we actually realized. When you look at the full picture, what we didn't achieve in revenue that was built into rates, what additional expenses we had, like depreciation, that were significantly higher, those are so significantly more than the small slight gain that we got on the taxes that and we didn't over earn, and in fact we significantly under earned in the last couple of years. When you weigh all of those things together, the expenses that went up, some that went down, we believe that the way that we've treated to it is prudent, and that those gains that we have there should accrue to the shareholders, simply because shareholders only earning 3% when what was determined at the time to be reasonable was 12.75.
Okay, thank you. Dr. Scott Joseph, I have a few questions for you as well.
Good morning, Mr. Blackman.
Good morning.
In reference to RB 31, question 29, you state, amongst for donations to charities and sponsorships included in the revenue requirement in this proceeding total $252,000 and are included in accounts customers, communications, and public relations and communications. When making this response, did you evaluate parent company billings to determine whether any amounts billed from Emera includes donations to charities?
Could you? I'll say the question. Let me know if I interpret it right. You're asking if any payments to Emera or the parent company are included in donations and charities?
No, I'm asking, when you responded to RB 31, question 29, did you evaluate parent company billings to determine whether any amounts billed from Emera includes donations to charities?
I don't believe we did. I didn't, but I would need to check. But I believe the answer is no.
Please justify why this is a necessary cost of providing utility service. And is it appropriate to charge customers for the particular charities BLPC decides to support?
Yeah, so we do believe, which is why we included it here, that a portion of our donations should be included. It doesn't represent all of our contributions, but it does represent a portion of it, which the question is whether we believe that is appropriate, and we do. This is why we submitted it in the application.
Are you confirming that you believe it's appropriate to charge consumers for charities BLPC decides to support?
In some instances, yes. We haven't done it for every contribution, but some contributions, I think in this case, in particular, contributions to the tourism development, which is a long-standing one, is what we've largely included there. But it is only a portion of what we contribute.
Can you then explain how consumers receive any benefits from these donations and sponsorship?
Certainly, yeah. I mean, these would be, if I use just that example of Tourism Development Corporation, that organization does substantial work for many years, I think maybe over 30 years, in building the tourism brand for Barbados and supporting events and so on that fill hotel beds, which results in a significant benefit to the economy of the country, as tourism is one of our, as we all know, major earner for the island. And to that extent, then the economy benefits substantially from the work that organization does. And utility, actually, at the end of the day, all of us benefit as a result of a strong, healthy tourism sector. So that would be an example of one which makes up largely what you were referring to there in terms of that contribution.
To the extent that the donations are intended to increase demand, that's our assumption.
Mm-hmm.
So to the extent the donations are intended to increase demands on the electricity power system, is it BLPC and its shareholders who directly benefit from these increased revenues?
We do. Yes, we do benefit at the end of the day from the work that charity does, that nonprofit, I should say, does, as does all of Barbados as a result of the growth in the tourism sector.
Mr. Blackman, can you at this point, if possible, compare the benefits in numerical terms, those that BLPC has in comparison to what the consumers will benefit? Are the consumers benefit greater than those received by BLPC, in terms of increased revenues?
In numerical terms, I wouldn't be able to provide that to you. No, that sounds like maybe an economist study. I'd have to defer.
Well, let me rephrase, please. Which party has the greatest or received the greatest benefit? The consumers or BLPC from the donations?
I believe the consumer, but I'm not basing it on any numerical analysis. It's just a gut feeling, I have to confess. But I believe the consumer does as a result of the overall impact that tourism has on the economy.
Thank you. If amongst the donation and charities were to be allowed for rate recovery in this proceeding, is BLPC willing to commit to making such donations on an annual basis?
If it were allowed, yes.
If the amounts for donations and charities were allowed for rate recovery in this proceeding, how would you evaluate the charities and sponsorships to align them with the interests of Barbados, that is, customers and residents? How would you ensure that there is controversies are avoided in the entity selected and ensure there's transparency of where the donations are sent?
What we have done in the past and would continue to do would be to evaluate those areas. So it's tended to be tourism and youth and culture have been the areas that we've focused on primarily over the last several years. With the advent of COVID, of course, then we did quite a lot more in relation to welfare because of the situation of COVID. But the areas of focus have been tourism, youth, culture, sport, and that informs how we make the decisions in relation to charities and contributions. We internally as a team review the contribution and the budget we have for it, and we also share that information with the board and get the blessing from our board when we move forward. So we have a process in place that we would of review And there are some charities as well that we require to come in. In instances, for example, where we have a covenant, for example, with a particular charity, they will be required to come in and make presentations periodically, certainly on it, before we renew our covenants with them, to ensure that it still aligns with our goals and values and so on before we commit. So we do have a policy in place, and we follow that policy in making those decisions in relation to contributions.
Thank you,
I
Mr.
believe
Blackman.
information. Sure.
Sure, go ahead, please.
No, that was it.
Thank you, sir.
You're welcome.
Okay. So just the final area or final question in that regard. So you, in speaking of the Barbados Tourism Development Corporation, so you would be seeing this more as a sponsorship and not as a charity?
Well, I changed from charity to nonprofit. I'm not sure exactly how it's registered at the moment, but it's a nonprofit as far as I'm aware, and it is established for the purpose of promoting the tourism product. Barbados' tourism product.
But isn't it a state-owned entity? Isn't it a state-owned entity?
Oh, no, it isn't state-owned. It is nonprofit, privately set up nonprofit organization as far as I'm aware.
Okay. Thank you. So we will now allow the interveners to pose the questions to Mr. Blackman, but please note, as we said, we would ask you to focus directly on questions that Mr. Blackman was unable to provide the information, or other witnesses were not able to give the answers. So we start with Mr. Worm from the Barbados Renewable Energy Association.
Good morning, sir. Good morning to all.
Good morning.
Just a few questions, Mr. Blackman. The first one really is related to evidence given by Dr. Villadson, just in terms of the return on equity. She had indicated that her proxy group had, or the group, range of the group of returns were between 11.3 and a 13.3%, if I remember correctly, and had put it in that 12.5%. What would be your challenge if, instead of putting those in the higher group of, higher level in that group of 12.5, if you were positioned at 11.5, what challenges would that create for Light and Power to be positioned at the lower portion of that group?
So I guess maybe stepping back a little bit, the reason we would have had her or any other expert conduct that study is because we rely on their expertise to determine what a reasonable return would be. And so in her expertise and based on her assessment, she would have made the determination that dropping it from 12.75 where it is today to 12.5 was appropriate in the current environment. And as such, then that you know, from a business standpoint, we would want, and which is why we will apply for that, to be anything less than that would be, in our opinion, based on the expert's opinion and advice, lower than what is reasonable.
Yeah, but there are some customers or some organizations that are earning less than the 12.5, and therefore, and we know the current condition for Barbados is that we have high inflation. Would that, what challenges would that really create if you were in the lower portion rather than the higher portion?
Yeah, well, the challenge again, what you would, to me, the question would be calling into question the experts' advice, because again, she would have taken all of those factors into consideration in coming up with what was determined as 12.5 was a reasonable return. So anything that we say beyond that would be calling her expertise into question.
Okay, I don't want to pursue that any further. It was stated that in coming years, your investments are going to change from generation, a large portion being generation, to a relatively large portion, or to much higher portion in transmission and distribution. Is that correct? Is that what the expectation is?
Yeah, there is a shift, as you can see in our 5-year forecast, as we don't include the generation investments that we have there relate primarily to what's already in the ground, as opposed to anything new. Anything new we anticipate would be through some sort of separate licensing requirement. And so we haven't included any major additional generating capacity, for example, in those forecasts. However, you are correct that the T&D, there's significant investment required in the T&D area of the business to facilitate the growth and the transition of the economy to higher penetration.
Thanks. Is it true then that whenever in the past you have invested in generation, the major resources that you have used really came from external sources like labor, etc., and non-company day-to-day activity resources, as opposed to now we are going into more a higher distribution investment focus? Aren't those resources really what would normally come from your labor source, as well as your contractors who do other day-to-day activities like maintenance, etc.? Isn't that where what is going to shift as well in terms of your ability and then how would that impact on your ability to serve customers on a day-to-day basis?
Just processing there. There's a portion, you're correct, of our capital spend on generation that is contracted out. So contractors from overseas coming in to build the clean energy bridge, for example, or local contractors doing the electrical contract or the civil contract. And then there's an internal component, you're correct. I can't give you the exact splits, but there's a combination of both. And then in other parts of the business, whether it is in the capital program is not just generation, it would be ICT and facilities, and you're correct, T&D. Those similarly would be made up of a combination of external vendors coming in and offering the products or services, as well as our internal labor force that are assigned to those particular projects in terms of bringing, project management and bringing them to fruition and commissioning and so on. But the split, I think you were asking about what proportion.
Not the split, about the impact of that this will have, because having seen that your resources that traditionally you were using external resources, now you're going to be using more of your internal resources in this effort to go to renewable energy, unless you have a different approach.
Yeah, no, I do think you're still going to be a combination of internal and external, even for the T&D aspect and side of the business. Certain activities and projects will require.
So you don't see impacts, okay, or major impacts on service to customers as a result?
No, I don't.
Okay. Mr. Carter, in his evidence or really re-examination, and in some of his evidence, indicated that as a concern was expressed about other vulnerable groups in the rate-making process, in the secondary voltage power to be specific, where there are three-phase customers in multi-use buildings. And in his evidence, he indicated his willingness to meet with customers and work through those individual issues. Wouldn't it be necessary, if he did find a solution, to have your rates reasonably the statements of what is allowed on the different categories of tariffs, like what used to be in the general service, where it allowed certain flexibility of light and power, whereas now in your new rate proposal, it does not have that flexibility. So therefore, wouldn't that be limiting what he can actually do in terms of working with those customers? It's good to work with them, but you may be limited by the tariff, what the tariff actually allows you to do. Is that not the case?
I don't believe so. I believe following your examination of him, he did have some ideas, and he did commit, I think, to reaching out to you as well. I believe he certainly, I think, has some ideas on how we could achieve it even under the current fighting.
Okay, because I'm just bringing up that or questioning that because it may need some rethink of just the statements within the tariff. So just a question that was not answered satisfactorily on the, and you had referred it to Mr. Carter on AMI. It is my understanding one of the major, and it was brought in evidence, I think, by Mr. Seal, that one of the major benefits of AMI, benefits to customers for the expenses that you're putting out, is for providing customers with accurate information on their usage for residential customers, as well as demand profiles for the commercial customers to help them manage their usage patterns. You were not able to commit before about when this can be done. Is it going to be possible to have this in place when this decision is made? If there are any increases, is it going to be possible for you to have this mechanism in place to share that information to customers to help them to mitigate their costs as they go forward if there's any adjustment in rates?
Yeah, I believe we would have. So, Mr. Dr. Carter, we've been calling him Mr. Doctor for so many times.
Yeah, sorry.
That during the thing. But Dr. Carter would have indicated, yes, our commitment to implementing this. At the time, even though I had indicated I wasn't certain, you reminded me, I think, correctly, so that in our interrogatories, we did indicate, I think, at the end of the year. So we would be aiming to put something in place, I would say, certainly within the next 12 months, if we don't achieve that timeline that we have there. We're quickly approaching the end of the year, so I'm conscious of that. But we still commit to providing that as we had indicated previously.
Okay. And just last two questions. As far as the self-insurance fund and all of the discussions we've had with that, are you satisfied knowing that the self-insurance fund covers not only T&D, but also the deductibles for generation and general plant? Is it possible that, or are you satisfied that you are adequately covered if multiple events were to occur with the level of coverage you presently have of $50,000 for multiple events? Yeah, you've said before that you're satisfied that based on the study that it would be adequate for an event, but an event may call on the deductibles, or it may call on the cost of the distribution systems, and you may have multiple ones in a relatively short space of time. Are you satisfied that you have adequate coverage there?
Yeah, we are satisfied, and we do periodically review both the SIF and our commercial insurance. The SIF is done, as we would have indicated, and given samples of those assessments, and the commercial insurance is done with the assistance of our broker, Marsh Insurance Broker. So we are satisfied with the level of coverage that we have across the board and under those two areas of the business.
Yeah, and having seen all of the occurrences of hurricanes in North America and around the world, we do anticipate that there's going to be a significant further impact on insurance costs, which you've already identified some, and I think it's going to be even higher as we go forward. Is there opportunity within the self-insurance fund to use that to cover higher deductibles than what you're presently covering to help mitigate those costs?
That's certainly an option that can be considered. As I indicated previously, though, even though we have the flexibility to use the self-insurance for deductibles on the general property insurance, as a trustee, certainly in my time, we have taken decisions not to do so. So there have been claims that have been made where the deductible was not drawn from the self-insurance. And that's a decision that we've taken and we continue to support and put in place. And our approach or philosophy has been, if you can get commercially available insurance to cover the property generally, that is the best approach to take. It is certainly the lowest cost approach as well, as opposed to trying to self-insure. So while we have the flexibility, certainly with the deeds and the adjustment to the regulations, our intent is to cover generation through those third-party insurance. But you are correct that it is an option that we can consider down the road. But if we do, then of course you need to look at you would need to factor that into any future assessments done of the SIF to make sure it adequately covers that.
Yeah, but my point really, or question really, was on the deductibles, because deductibles, right? So because that is how you are dealing with it now to some degree, but I was just asking if there's greater opportunity, because those are costs that you will know directly, and you will know whether you can manage with the fund. Anyway, thank you very much, Mr. Blackman, and thank you very much, Chairman. That's the end of my cross-examination.
Thank you, Mr. Worm. Ms. Cummins from the Energy Division, Ministry of Energy and Business Development.
Okay, it was just, good morning, sir. I was just trying to get on mute. Good morning to the commission and to everyone and to Mr. Blackman. Yes, we have some questions and Mr. Brian Haynes will pose those that were deferred by Dr. Carter to Mr. Blackman. Thank you.
Could someone unmute Mr. Haynes first, please? Thank you.
I believe I am on mute. I believe I'm on mute now. Good. Good morning, Chair. Good morning, Commissioners. Good morning, Mr. Blackman.
Morning.
I had posed some questions to your teams on two separate occasions, but they were deferred. And so I have to ask, lay them before you and hope that you are in a position to give response. And this is in relation to the street lights, which were part of the project and so on, but we still need some clarity. So can you inform the hearing of the breakdown of the capital expenditure on the 24,500 street lights installed over the last 2 years, as I was advised that confirmed earlier in this hearing, that there were in fact 24,500 streetlights that were installed. There was, I understand that there was the fixtures.
Haynes,
yes.
You could give him the opportunity to answer the question. You asked him if he could give you the capital expenditure on the 24,000 streetlights, and you can pause, allow the witness to respond, and then you could continue.
Oh, fair enough, Commissioner. My apologies.
Yeah, sure. So if I could refer you to C2 in our application, I believe it's page 691. Mm-hmm. That shows street lights on one of the lines under distribution, transmission and distribution, city LED street lights. And you'll see at the end of that period, the total of 17 million.
Yeah.
So is that the figure you're asking about? The
Is that
breakdown?
is that for the fixtures or is that for the installation?
Total cost. So that would be a combination of the fixtures as well as the installation, which would include contractors and payroll costs.
So what my question is the breakdown.
Right. Yeah. I can give you a rough breakdown, and certainly we could provide it subsequently in writing if you prefer. But at the end of 2021, I believe it is, because this figures here in the report would be, that 17 million is at the end of 2020. It's actually at 19 million now. 13 million of that is light fixtures and other materials.
And
other materials. And the remaining costs would be contractors and payroll to make up the 19 million.
So you were saying the 19 million consists of, say again?
13 million is the actual fixtures, and roughly 6 million is contractors, payroll, allocations, other costs.
Okay. Yeah. So this is 13 million is fixtures, and 6 million is installation costs, correct?
Correct, yeah.
Okay. Okay. And given your, I'm moving on.
Okay.
Has the utility estimated payback period for the 24,500 street lights installed under the over the last 2 years?
I don't believe we have. No, I don't believe we've done a payback assessment on streetlights.
Okay, thank you.
One may have been done. One may have been done, Mr. Haynes, at the start of the project. And you may have been involved in that as well. That would have been in the early stages when the project was being assessed. I would need to look back, but certainly not recently.
Well, that would have been. But not at the beginning of the project. I would not be involved in that, but
Okay.
I know that the expectations were for a certain amount, but there was some changes. So I was speaking in terms of now that we have actual figures.
Oh, okay.
What you would have what would you have estimated in terms of that payback period?
I don't believe we've done one based on the actual figures. We would have to.
I believe this question was asked, but Dr. Carter had referred in terms of the value of the sales in the revenue requirement. So what percentage of the revenue requirement does the streetlight represent?
I believe it's less than 1%.
Okay.
It should be in the table zero, but pretty certain it's less than 1%.
1%. And in your calculation of the proposed tariff on streetlights, was that percentage taken into consideration?
It would have been. That would have been a question better for Dr. Carter, but pretty certain.
I attempted,
yes,
but
I'm, again, fairly certain that the revenue from it, and like I say, it's around 1% or maybe less, but I'm certain that would have had to have been taken into consideration in determination of the rates. Yes.
And I think that was it because Dr. Carter had indicated that the costs, the direct, and there was direct and indirect costs involving the allocation of the percentages. So I believe those were the key outstanding questions that that were not answered by your team prior. I believe those are the remainder. So, Chair, I have no further questions at this juncture.
Thank you, Mr. Haynes. We will take a 20-minute recess, but I would just want to make a request of Mr. Blackman. Mr. Blackman, if you could just consult with Dr. Carter during the break so that when you return, you can just make a statement in terms of the actual percentage.
Percentage? Okay.
And
Yes, sure.
yeah, and whether or not there's a actual payback period calculation that would have been done so that you could just clarify. So give you the opportunity during the break to consult with Dr. Carter. So
Thanks, Chair.
yeah, we'll take a 20-minute recess.
Thanks.
We now resume. Mr. Blackman. Somebody need to. Okay, go ahead, Mr. Blackman.
Thank you, Chair. So during the break, I would have checked with Dr. Carter on the two questions. As a percentage of revenue, inclusive of fuel, the streetlights is 1.4% in the test year, and confirming that we haven't done any further cost-benefit analysis with actuals for the streetlights.
Thank you, Mr. Blackman. The intervener team, Watson and Simpson, are you ready to proceed with your re-examination of Mr. Blackman at this time?
Yes, we are, Mr. Chairman.
Okay, please proceed, Ms. Watson.
Thank you. Mr. Blackman, good morning. It's still morning.
Yeah, good morning.
Are you familiar with the name Sarah McDonald?
Yes, I am.
Was she the managing director of Barbados Electric Power Company during the period 2013 to 2015?
That she would have been in the seat during that period, yes.
And was she also a director of BLMP and BLMP Holdings?
I believe, yes, that to be the case.
Was she president of AmeriCaribbean Limited at the time as well?
Yes, she would have been.
Would you agree that she was authorized to speak for Barbados Electric Power Company Limited?
Yes, she was authorized to speak on our behalf.
And as managing director and president of AmeriCaribbean Limited, could she, Ms. McDonald, make strategic decisions regarding investments to be made by the company?
She would have been part of a team that would make those strategic decisions, but the board would also be her capacity as a board of director, along with the other board members, yes.
Right, thank you. All right, I was quite pleased to see you responding to some hypothetical scenarios this morning from the commission and uninterrupted by council. I'm going to put some questions related to some hypotheticals to you. Mr. Blackman, could you refer to your exhibit RB35 as part of your response to interrogatories from the intervener team of Watson and Simpson? Those particularly by letter dated August the 31st, 2022, and August the 12th.
RB 35.
Yes, your exhibit RB 35 attached to an affidavit.
August 31st. Is there a question?
So yes, I'll put the question to you. I just want you to be able to.
Sorry, no, I meant I'm looking for, I see some attachments here with questions on it, but not seeing, is this question 14 or?
Question 17. I was going to direct you to question 17 on page 7.
Question 17, give me one second. August 31st. Question 17.
So are you looking at my letter or the responses?
I am looking at what's in August 31st, September 9th, question 17, but this refers to software, so maybe someone can put it up.
Right.
If someone can put it up on the screen.
So RB 35 would be a convenient document to look at because it has your response as well.
Yeah, I'm not seeing RB 35. Hold on.
Ms. Watson, could you just reference the document for us so that we can see if we could get the document?
If someone can put it up on the screen.
Yes, it's RB 35 attached to
RB 35.
Yes, attached to an affidavit of Mr. Let me just pull it up for myself. Mr. Blackman.
RB 35?
Yes. So the RB 35 is the exhibit to the affidavit in response.
I hope someone can put it up for me. I haven't tried.
We're trying to request that the team here pull up the document for us.
The document is dated September the 9th.
Yeah, I have. Oh, I think what happened is I may have them in 2015, 16, 17. I'm seeing software.
It's a question related to, yes, it does say using BLPC software or otherwise. I think you're looking at the right thing. And it has
Okay, I have that question. Data for the years 2013 to 22 in Excel format. Average WPA price. So, and there's an attachment presumably associated with this.
That's correct. There was. It's not here in the responses. Chairman, do you have it?
I'm still waiting.
Let's see, question 18.
No, we're looking at 17, so you don't have to go beyond that. My question is centered around question 17.
Let's see, yeah. For some reason, in the attachments, I'm seeing 14, 25, 18, 21, 25, and 14, but not seeing the 17. So I'll wait for someone to put it up on the screen. Yeah, I have the actual document.
Okay,
but, but I don't have the attachment. It looks like if there was an attachment to it with the actual data, an Excel spreadsheet is what you're looking at.
No, so there was no data provided. So this is the answer to what you're seeing on the screen now is the answer, correct? So Chair, can I proceed? Does the commission?
Okay. Yeah, I do have that, yeah.
Yes, please.
Right. If you allow me to paraphrase, the company said that it would be too much. The company has not modeled the information we've asked for. Modeling this hypothetical scenario will require substantial effort and time to complete. Then the company goes into an explanation related to non-retirement of the steam plant. And would you agree that the company does actually have the capacity to model the software, to model and provide the data that we asked for?
Well, the software likely would be Excel. It would be a hypothetical. We would need to go back. But what do we put in the software? Do we put the 60 megawatts of Andrews? And because, again, as indicated in the response, the alternative to the steam would have been the 60 megawatts that was promised but not delivered.
No, so the alternative to the steam was what the company said it would install, the 2 MSDs.
That is incorrect. As I indicated in my previous testimony, conditions change. So while we would have given an investment outlook in the last rate case in 2010, almost immediately after, and I'll be regurgitating because it's all indicated in that response to that specific question, a number of conditions changed, including some that you referenced in relation to Sarah McDonald, but we gave a list of factors. And one of those factors would have been the commissioning of a 60 megawatt waste to energy and biomass capacity at Andrews as well, both of which would have meant that the clean energy bridge, which is now in service, would not have been needed. Those were actually twice the capacity of the clean energy bridge that we eventually installed. Had that capacity materialized, we would not be talking about clean energy bridge right now, and we would have retired the steam plant at the time. But unfortunately,
I think that I'm only interrupting to tell you that you're misunderstanding my question. So I'm referring specifically to what the intervener team of Watson and Simpson asked for in the interrogatory. We're focusing on the interrogatory. The interrogatory is explicit about saying what savings would have occurred had you installed those. And those 2 MSDs, those 2 MSDs, so we're not looking at the RE, we're looking at the evidence that was provided in the rate case in 2009, 2010, and we're looking at the subsequent correspondence between you and the Fair Trading Commission in relation to not installing those MSDs. And that is what the I do not want the repetition of all of the RE stuff. I'm talking about the interrogatory and the information that we asked for. And I'm asking if the company has the capability to provide that information, given that it provided information in that hearing as to what savings were expected, and you have now come back to say what savings could have, what it would cost the company.
In which hearing are you talking about? We didn't give any savings.
Yes, you did. In the 2009 rate case, there is evidence that there would be, assuming a certain fuel price, that there would be savings of $30 million per annum for in relation to the FCA pass through.
That's the figure to use. Whatever was used back then.
No, Mr. Blackman.
No, Ms. Watson, allow him to answer, please.
But Mr. Chairman, I don't think he has to repeat it.
Just allow him. Let him respond.
Mr. Chairman,
Ms. Watson, please.
Mr. Chairman, there's an impatience that I think is unwarranted. I'm just saying we had an explicit question in the interrogatory. And so I'm asking him about the capability of providing that information, not necessarily going back to repeat what was in the hearing. That's the actual question I've asked him. Can they calculate and provide that information?
And I asked you to allow him to answer that question.
He hasn't. He can.
That information, right now, no, because we would have to go back and make certain assumptions and checks. Perhaps given sufficient time, we could make up some numbers because we would have to make things up. We don't know what the cost of the cane biomass in the Andrews plant would have been. We don't know. All of that would have affected what the fuel costs would be. You cannot look at fuel costs in isolation of the plans that were to come on stream at the time. We would have had 60 megawatts of capacity displacing fossil fuel during that period based on the projections that were given and the plans that were proposed. We gave a figure during the last rate case. You can rely on that figure. That would have been the best estimate at the time, given the outlook. But things changed dramatically, and they changed dramatically in a way where significant capacity was promised. It didn't come on stream. And fuel prices would have changed up and down during the period as well. You can work with the number that you have already. It's not, we don't have those numbers and assumptions in front of us now to be able to do that. We would need to sit down and come up with numbers based on historical hypothetical. And that really, quite frankly, isn't a good use of time anyway. You have a number, you can use the number that was given in the last rate case.
Mr. Blackman, is it possible for the company to provide the actual fuel data related to consumption by the steam plant?
That has been,
yeah,
that has been provided in interrogatories.
Correct, good. And is it given that the applicant is required to provide FCA, so explicit information, is it not possible? And I am going to ask you, Mr. Chairman, please understand why I'm asking Mr. Blackman about to refrain from referring to the Andrews and Cahill and all of that, because the question is not relevant to that. The question is relevant to not installing the 2 MSDs.
The question
I understand why you say you didn't, but I am referring specifically to the failure to do that, okay?
What should I ask? Sorry.
Mr. Blackman, please. So I'm asking in fact, Mr. Chairman, I'm going to preempt all of this. What I'm going to explicitly ask, Mr. Chairman, if you will permit me, and I'm going to refer to the rules because the rules do not allow the applicant to unilaterally refuse to respond to an interrogatory simply because it is not convenient for it. And I am, this intervener team is making an oral motion that the applicant be ordered to provide the response to interrogatory 17 that was provided by my letter of August the 31st, 2022. I'm making that oral motion under rules 8.7 and rule 32.3. This question has been asked and the applicant has refused to provide that information, and it is information that is within the applicant's capability to provide, given that the applicant has speculated or actually has given actual information relating to cost savings here of $10 million. Lieutenant Colonel Brown came up with a calculation of $1 billion in savings that we lost, and we're providing the applicant with the opportunity to address that by providing the information, but I'm asking the commission to direct the company to answer that interrogatory. That is a formal motion, Mr. Chairman.
I recognize the hand of Mr. Aline.
Thank you, Chair. I'll start with my constant refrain, which is context. This requisition was issued August 22nd. The response that my friend takes issue with was issued September 9th. We have had now over 1 month since the issue of that response, 14 days of trial, and no issue was taken with the response that was received. Mr. Blackman has just clearly stated that the company is not in a position to produce the requested modeling. The relevant regulation is 32(2)(b), which states, where the party contends that the information necessary to provide an answer is not available or cannot be provided with reasonable effort, and the response shall set out the reasons for the unavailability of such information and provide any alternative available. Reasonable effort. We have made it clear in our response, and Mr. Blackman has made it clear today that the company is not in a position. He's explained the difficulty of doing it, and he's explained the paucity of information upon which to base it and the assumptions that he would need to make up to be able to do the requested modeling. This is a request that is well out of time if this was a position that interveners Simpson and Watson wanted to take. They've had ample opportunity and have never taken it. On the penultimate day of hearing is not where you seek a motion saying you wish the answer to an interrogatory that was responded to over a month ago. And not in a situation where the relevant witness has clearly shown the inability of the applicant to meet it with reasonable effort. We totally oppose this motion as raised by intervener Watson and Simpson.
The commission has heard the arguments of the Watson-Simpson team and of those of the applicant, and this commission has determined that the motion should be dismissed, as we do believe the request is out of time and should have been raised prior to the penultimate day of the hearing. Ms. Watson, you can continue with your re-examination of Mr. Blackman.
Ms. Martinez, Mr. Chairman, I think it is unreasonable to allow the applicant to respond and not permit me to respond to their statement. What I wish to say is this. This request was actually made in my letter of intervention. And so the company has had it since whenever it is they said they had interrogatories from the commission. That would be March, from my recollection. We have repeatedly asked for this information. And for the applicant to suggest they cannot provide that information, and their response simply is, modeling this hypothetical scenario will require substantial effort and time to complete. Since then, the company has been asked, including by the commission, for information that it refused to provide before. This Rule 32, this Rule 32 allows, there is no limit on when the request can be made, and to set an arbitrary limit is not reasonable. And this limit, this rule permits us to oppose the company's response and to request that they provide the information. I do not see that the company has given a reason why not provides to the what the consumption is for the plant, and in this very hearing made a statement regarding what the cost would have been to consumers if the steam plant had not been utilized in 2021, 2022. All of this information is still before the hearing. I'm asking the commission to reconsider, but I will move on. It is relevant information in the hearing. But actually, Mr. Chairman, that is the extent of my questioning of Mr. Blackman. We are still requesting that information, or we will make presumptions based on the consumption by the Clean Energy Bridge, which puts the fuel loss at in excess of $1 billion between 2011 and 2022. We will use that figure. We're happy to use it. And my co-intervener, Mr. Simpson, has some questions that he wishes to put to Mr. Blackman on behalf of this team.
Thank you, Ms. Watson. Mr. Simpson?
Good morning, Chair. Good morning, panel. Mr. Blackman, as discussed earlier, I think we had some back and forth about the submission of documents, and the BLPC did submit 2 days ago some information relating to the insurance of certain assets as was requested by the interveners. However, those documents submitted are not very detailed, and my co-intervener already addressed the panel in terms of what has been withheld on the basis of confidentiality. However, the query from and the request from the interveners was for evidence that the generation assets specifically had been covered and by insurance. And of course, this came out in our examination in relation to the self-insurance fund and what was covered. So because the information provided 2 days ago is not very detailed and very helpful in terms of specifics, can you point us anywhere in that documentation where it explicitly shows that the generation assets are covered by insurance?
Yes, certainly. I'm not sure the date that it was provided. It wasn't this week, but previously a summary of all of the commercial insurance was provided by PDF. The name of the document is Summary of Insurance BLPC 2022 with premiums. Do you recall seeing that document?
No, I don't.
It was submitted, I believe, last Wednesday.
Mr. Simpson? Mr.
Yes, ma'am.
I think you're specifically asking to be referred to the place in the documentation provided in relation to the insurance coverage where it specifically states the generation assets are covered and the details in relation to the same, such as the amount insured, the deductible, and whatnot.
Yes, ma'am. That is correct.
Yeah, so give me 1 second. That was the document I was referring to as well. It would have indicated in that summary document the property insurance, 100 million with sublimit of 60 million for named windstorm and 85 million for earthquake. And for catastrophe peril, identified the deductible as 2 million and 45 days for business interruption, maximum 7.5 million. All other losses, the deductible is 500,000 and 45 days business interruption. Premium for that insurance is 5 million, just over $5 US. So there was a summary.
Mr. Blackman, I think he's looking for, as opposed to the spreadsheet for which there's no support, amongst the documentation submitted where this information can be garnered from. Like how you submitted documentation from Marsh in relation to your deductible, the amount of deductible, what is covered in that policy. That is what he's looking for a specific reference to, and not the Excel spreadsheet, which is not supported by anything.
Okay, and the document, well, give me 1 sec, because we did submit that documentation this week. That should, I thought would have had that information, but give me 1 second. Just 1 sec.
Mr. Blackman, we note that on day 5 of the hearing, the Watson-Simpson team did request commercial third-party insurance cover value in dollar figures for BLPC's generation assets. And also, but you submitted a policy, but you
Right.
did not provide the information. And then on day 6 of the hearing, Mr. Wendt requested a portion of insurance costs in the test year specifically related to generation assets.
Yeah,
It is those that
okay.
Mr. Simpson is referring to, that information that was requested on day 5 and day 6 of the hearing.
Right, and after we had submitted the summary, this week there should have been some information coming in, but I'm not seeing it in my trying to look.
Chair, if I can help, Chair, the documents submitted this week from CG United and Marsh are very generic and general documents. They don't speak specifically to anything to do with the generation assets in terms of value or annual premiums or anything. It speaks about excess property for business interruption, property or risk, but it doesn't specifically indicate what the cover for the generation assets are as requested by our team and also Mr. Wayne.
Okay, that was what I thought was requested. That insurance coverage is everything outside of the that does represent the property insurance, which covers all of our generation, and property outside of what's covered is the T&D for the T&D SIF. So I don't know. I mean, you want that broken down further to differentiate between generation and other property?
Just to have certainty, because there's sections of the policies that speak to losses in respect of transit, I assume for cash, in respect of burglary, management and employee personal effects, but there's nowhere in any of these documents that specifically states that generation plant critical to your operations is expressly covered.
Okay, I thought it.
So that's just the certainty we wanted based on the fact that it was testimony indicated earlier in the hearing that the self-insurance fund was not set up to cover generation assets, but rather the T&D assets that, as you testified again this morning, you could not obtain third-party coverage for.
Yeah.
So that's where the query and the request for this information came. So.
Yeah, I'd like to take another look. So if we can come back to it, I just requesting someone to send from my team to send me the actual 2 documents. Just take another look through. But those documents would represent what is not covered under the SIF, which is T&D. Those documents are policy notes referring specifically to the rest of the property, which includes generation. And the CG United would be one layer, and there's a second layer that's covered by multiple insurance companies that represents the additional 85 to make $100 million US dollar coverage in total. So I can certainly take a look at it again and try to break it down further if that would be helpful.
Please do,
Mr. Blackman,
because Chair, the policies specifically itemize a lot of other things, but there's no specific reference, so we just want to be certain.
Yeah, there are a number of things.
Could you give Mr. Blackman time to get that information? And I suppose that we will be able to provide it after lunch.
That's fine, Chair.
Okay, so continue.
Mr. Blackman, just for clarity, in earlier testimony, I think when the commission panel was examining earlier this morning, I think you made reference to the company having gains as a result of the change in the corporation tax rate. You spoke also about increased expenses, and you itemized depreciation as one of these expenses that you had to give account of and had to pay and so on. And you spoke about the impact of the combination of savings and increased costs on operations. And I think you ended by saying that where there were net gains, naturally these were paid out to the shareholders who were only, as a rule, getting a 3% return. Is that a correct summary of what you said this morning?
More or less, I guess the point I was making was that some expenses go up, some go down. Sales was, you didn't point to sales, but sales was also one of the items I measured, where the revenue that was anticipated and included in the test year in the previous rate case did not materialize. And so that's a shortfall, and a substantial shortfall in revenue, in addition to the, expenses that would have been higher than anticipated in that period. And so, yes, the taxes would have been a small gain compared to those losses in the other areas. And I named two of the bigger ones, which would have been sales as well as depreciation.
No, my concern in that testimony, which is why I just want clarity, is that of those three components you chose to highlight on the examination, the gain you refer to is not an actual cash gain. It is more or less that you didn't have to make the payment. The depreciation is not a cash expense per se. So the sales would have been the only cash inflow that was significantly affected. So I just want to understand how, in terms of looking at these non-cash items that of necessity affect profit, why was the decision taken in that context to any net gain that was realized, whether in real cash terms or otherwise, was then diverted or paid out to the shareholders? Because I take from your testimony that maybe the 3% return is seen as not optimal for the shareholders.
Yeah, that's right. From my perspective, whether it's cash or non-cash is irrelevant. Is what it all rolls down into net income at the end of the day. And so I gave an example of a non-cash. The tax, you're correct, is a non-cash issue, and it is as a result of a reduction in the deferred tax liability. So that's how that's reflected in the accounts. I gave an example of a non-cash similar to the tax, which is depreciation, and I gave one which is actual cash, which is the sales, as examples. So there would be other cash items in the business, but those were just some examples to point out that some things work in your favor, some things work against you. The net outcome from a return on investment standpoint was that we under-earned over the last 3 years.
Okay, no, I do not want to unnecessarily go back to any earlier testimony, but I will ask this. Was it the intent of your testimony this morning to suggest that because shareholders were only getting a 3% return, that where there were any other gains realized that these should be passed on to the shareholders?
No, that certainly wasn't the intent. I just simply gave an example of how in managing the business, we look at where there's some gains, where there are opportunities to, or where costs are increasing and we have little control. We try to offset that by managing the business in a way where if we can save in expenses or improve efficiencies and productivities, we identify those opportunities to offset those areas where expenses have gone up or sales haven't materialized. And we make our best efforts in that regard to delay for as long as possible coming back to have to ask customers for a review. And so it's those prudent management initiatives that we took. The intent of my testimony this morning was to demonstrate that we've taken prudent management measures to manage our expenses over the period, and particularly in the last 5-6 years, to be able, for as long as we have, defer having to come and ask for a rate adjustment.
And where the company has been able to realize these net gains or any other savings, is there some priority list as to how those savings will be used? Or is that just left to the discretion of management and the board?
Well, the savings, again, you'll see at the end of the day, the net effect is what we're earning as a business. Net income, and what that represents is a return on the investment. And the last couple of years, certainly the last 2 and maybe the last 3, 4 on average, we've been well below what was considered reasonable. So it's not a matter of saying where the savings go or how we look at it in totality as a business. And we look for where those levers are as a business to manage our expenses as best we can. The specifics is not always going to be the same because it depends on the circumstances at the point in time where those opportunities will fall. Some of the specifics over that period in 2015-16 would have been the re-engineering work that we would have done. The insurance certainly is one, because we would have had adequate funding and capitalization of the SIF. We were able to conserve on the insurance expense over that period as well. Those would be the examples, the initiatives we took, like automating some of our costs. So we have AMI going in, whereas then you don't need as much cost or expense in association with meter reading, for example. So it varies. The opportunities will be different depending on the conditions at a particular point in time. And we evaluate periodically to as prudently as possible, manage our expenses to defer the need for rate adjustments.
My final question on that, Mr. Blackman, would be, would you agree that during the course of this hearing that on many occasions where savings or other gains were shown or proven or testified about, that in many instances, a lot of those net gains, surpluses, or whatever have indeed been transferred to the shareholder?
No, I wouldn't agree to that at all. All you need to do is look at the returns over the 10 years. As we said multiple times, the return has been more often than not, almost always, with the exception we're talking about the year the tax gain, have been below, and in some instances, particularly in recent years, well below what is considered reasonable as a return for shareholders. So I wouldn't agree with that statement at all.
Can you just clarify, when you say the return has been well below what?
The 12.75, the 12.75 that was, well, we were applying for a lower return now than we did back in 2010. What was approved in 2010 was 12.75. We were applying for 12.5. Our returns over that period would have been well below, or 1 or 2 years we may have actually achieved it in the early days. But for the most part, as you would see in the interrogatory responses that we've given, we have not over-earned as a business over the period.
And you're speaking specifically to the return?
Correct. Yeah, that's the ultimate measure at the end of the day would be the return. The weighted average cost of capital and both the return on a weighted average basis as well as the return on equity. So return on rate base and return on equity would be 2 measures to look at.
So is your testimony you've not over-earned? You used the term under-earning before, that the company was under-earning. Were you speaking specifically to revenue, to net income, or exactly, or the rate of return? Exactly what were you speaking about
when I speak about
under-earning?
When I speak about under-earning, it's specifically in relation to the returns. Rate of return, either on rate base or on equity.
Okay, thank you. My last set of questions are in relation to the street lights. Am I correct that the Light and Power recently completed somewhat of a refurbishment and retrofit of street light assets?
That's correct. Yeah, we still have some more to change, but we would have replaced the vast majority of them. Over 24,400 have been replaced.
Did this involve both Light and Power and Government of Barbados and any private streetlights as well?
Well, the streetlights would have been supplied by a private company. It would have been part of a tendering process. And yes, government as well as, I think it would be IDB, would have been involved as well in relation to part of the financing for that project.
So the IDB funding or loan that you referenced, this was obtained by the Government of Barbados directly?
Yeah, it would have been through the Government of Barbados, correct.
And
it doesn't lend to non-governments, I don't believe.
So these funds obtained by government from IDB would have funded the entire retrofit regardless of who owned the streetlight assets?
No, not. It wouldn't have been enough to cover. I think that the earlier testimony, it would have been covering the cost of the light itself, but it would not have covered the cost of installation.
And when you say the light itself, you're not talking about poles or anything else, just the actual light fixture.
The fixture and yeah, sensors and whatever else is associated with the fixture itself.
So were any of the proceeds of that loan passed to Light and Power to assist with that retrofit?
Yeah, it would have been treated as a loan from government to Light and Power.
And you are currently repaying this loan?
That's correct.
And the terms of any particular terms of the loan, the length of the loan, etc., the amount that was advanced?
I don't have those details. I would have to get those for you if commission so instruct.
Chair, we are requesting if we can obtain the information surrounding the amount of the advance of that loan from government for the retrofit and the terms of the loan and exactly what it covers. That's a request from this team, please, Chair.
Ms. Saline?
Thank you, Chair. Maybe because of the nature of what I've seen before, when a request like this is made of the commission, I think it's fair and reasonable to inquire as to the relevance or what is likely to be shown or possibly proven by the requested information. The level of streetlights relative to the revenues of the applicant have been indicated already this morning. In terms of a loan from the government, in terms of that retrofitting, I don't know how it will advance any of the significant issues that the commission is supposed to request. It is not let me test or check everything that is said by a witness. It has to have some relevance to the issues to be determined, and I am not sure that I recognize this request in that context.
Chair, I believe that any asset of the company that forms part of its utility plant in service forms a part of its rate base. Any asset that is depreciated and that depreciation forms a part of the rate base is more than relevant for the information to be provided and for witnesses to be examined on. What this team wants to ensure is that any streetlight assets as listed in the utility plant in service are all rightfully Lighten Powers and funded by Lighten Power and rightfully to be depreciated at the levels that they are. I take note of the fact that the lighting revenue from the streetlights may be a negligible percentage of the overall income, but the streetlight asset forms part of the rate base based on the documents submitted in the applicant's application, and it's on that basis that we are seeking clarity on this. This matter was raised last week before we adjourned by even the Ministry of Energy raised the concern and the examination of this. So that is the basis in terms of relevance from where we stand here.
Chair, I would also like to add that the reference loan, I do believe, is within the notes of the financial statements that have been supplied within these proceedings. So it is of note that the specifics and the disclosure of the loan is within the financials.
Chair, I believe yourself and myself included are quite aware of the level of detail that notes to financial statements require. What I have specifically asked for is the terms of the loan, what it covered, and so that we can ascertain, as I just said, that the assets are rightfully to be included in the rate base, the depreciation to the full extent, and so on. So again, it's a request so that we can verify testimony and inclusion of the asset in the utility plant in service and rate base, etc. Chair, I believe it's a simple request that can be furnished so we can remove all doubt and we can all move forward contented that it rightfully belongs where it has been included.
Yes, we recognize that the amount has been included in the rate base, so we would therefore request that the Lighten Power be able to provide that information. Again, Mr. Blackman, would you be able to provide that after lunch? I seem to be giving you numbers to have. So we would, it's part of the rate base, so we would want that you'll be able to provide that information.
And specifically, Chair, you're asking for the loan agreement?
Yes, Chair, that is included, and so we can get the specifics of the arrangement to retrofit these street lights that are included in the rate base.
If it's a loan agreement, I will ask my team to, I'm hopeful that it's a loan agreement with government, so presumably government haven't had a question. You did reference, Mr. Simpson, that the ministry had questions. It sounded like their questions they were satisfied in responses. Theirs was specifically in relation to the asset, not the loan, but they, of course, would be familiar with the loan.
Well, the loan funded work on the asset, so they're tied at the hip. So we still maintain our request.
Yeah, we can provide the loan agreement And I'm presuming that the government has the ministry has no issue with that. Because of course the agreement is between us and them. It's not a unilateral agreement.
So Chair, once we can obtain that documentation as requested, I will conclude my examination there.
Thank you, Mr. Simpson. Okay, Mr. Wendt, you're ready to proceed with your re-examination.
Yes, Mr. Chairman, thank you very much. Mr. Blackman?
Good morning, Mr. Good afternoon.
Good afternoon, yeah. I've had lots of time going by. Mr. Blackman, I need your help on a few matters that would probably be able to clarify some of the outstanding things that we have. We had asked Dr. Hansen, I think is his name, if the study considered, his cost study considered the change in environment. And based on my recall, he said it only looked at historical costs. Is that correct? Only look at historical costs and consider change in environment?
I wouldn't want to say anything different to what Dr. Hansen said. He is the expert, so if that's what he said, then that's what it is.
Right. Is it correct then that the ratepayers would have paid for the rate base would have been paid by the ratepayers? Is that correct?
The rate base,
or the rate base, all the all the assets and would have been paid by the ratepayers.
But the rate base is used to determine revenue. It feeds into the formula to determine revenue requirements, and our revenue is obtained from ratepayers. Yes,
that's right. So we've got a situation where now, and he wasn't able to answer this, and I didn't get it from Dr. Carter. Sorry. So the cost by independent power producers be included in the cost service?
You had asked that question?
Yeah, I'm not, because I need to get a few things. If you can't answer, response? Don't answer.
Well, no, did you get a response from them?
He keep maintaining this position of this historical cost.
Right. So we don't have any independent power producers to speak of other than the small, relatively small on the feed-in tariff. So on that basis, it there's none on a historical basis.
Right. But going forward, that situation will be changing, correct?
Going forward, we expect to have independent power producers connected to the grid. That's correct.
And I think in your testimony, I think you said 60-something megawatts would have been already produced.
Yeah, just short of 63 megawatts, I think, is the figure. It may be a little bit more since then, but around 63 megawatts is customer-owned renewables installed capacity.
Right, okay. Should part of the cost be attributed to IPP? This is the cost of the plant. Should this be attributed to the independent power producers?
Which plant? You're speaking of the 63?
Let's go at this to another play. What I'm getting is that we're going to have significant investment required. And is it correct that a lot of that new investment then in plant is required to facilitate independent power producers?
Investment in the T&D network will be required to facilitate not just independent power producers, is what's required to facilitate the grid accommodating the small distributed systems, as those are the ones that are growing very rapidly at the moment,
right?
As well as to replace existing assets at end of life,
Yeah.
as well as to take advantage of new technologies like AMA and smart grid. So it wouldn't be accurate to conclude that what we have in our investment plan is solely for the purpose of independent power producers. Certainly, independent power producers will be a factor, but it does cover all of the requirements as we see them at the moment to enhance, upgrade, and in some instances maintain the grid as it exists today.
Mm-hmm.
Remember as well that the test year is a historical test year, and so the cost, the revenue, the rate base, all of those things are determined on a historical test year 2020.
So I'm in agreement with you that apart from, whether the independent power producers, there would be, the individuals and householders and so on. But the question still remains. Is there costs that previously applied to ratepayers that now would be incurred, or some of the existing assets that are now going to be used by third parties? Forget just whether independent power producers or not. Is there part of the assets that exist that would be being used by these third parties?
You're asking, let me rephrase, or let me put it back to you to make sure I understand correctly. You're asking me if there are any costs included in our current rate base that will be incurred by independent power producers or going forward?
Right, so you're almost there. The question is, we've got assets. Those assets were paid for by the ratepayers. We've got now third parties, so I would move away from independent parties, who are going to be using those assets. What I'm trying to get to an understanding is any portion of those that cost now should no longer now be carried in the rate base for ratepayers, and if that should be separated out completely.
No, there's no cost like that in our current application. Keep in mind that what an independent power producer is, and I'm sure you know it, but maybe saying it for those that may not be aware, is another generator. Yeah. The only difference is that rather than us install the generator and use that to provide electrons on the network that go out to customers, other persons other than Light and Power, independent of Light and Power, will be installing their generators. All of us that have generation on the network will be making use of that T&D infrastructure to get the electricity to customers. So what's included in the rate base is what's required to get that electricity to customers.
Right. So what I'm asking then is...
So none of it...
Oh, go ahead.
So my answer to your question is no. On that basis, T&D infrastructure that's in place is to facilitate all of the generation, wherever it's installed, and whether it's by us or independent, and is to facilitate getting that generation to the customers. And as such, that's the rate base, and what makes it the rate base that customers ultimately pay for to get that power across it.
Right. So we're probably going to have to look at this a little more but in the interest of time, I'll move on, because in my world where you had what we had carrier services, there had to be costs apportioned separately because we couldn't afford that. Third parties using the asset that had been installed by the ratepayers, but then the ratepayers paying for the service, but then they're using the same asset. So I'll leave it there for now. But it's something that's still troubling me. Let's go on again. Are the steam units still being replaced in 2023?
I was waiting for my lawyer to jump in there. How much time? We've answered that many times.
Yeah, just help me. You mean the answer you give could have just answered.
Chair. When a client reasonably asks, I need to reasonably respond. He's more than correct. I specifically asked the commission to be cognizant of these possibilities at the beginning of this testimony, and we've done well, and I really wouldn't want to go off the rails so late in the game. That question has been answered many times before.
Right. So my question was if it's still being replaced. So that if I'm taking that to be a yes. So will the buildings be demolished at the same time?
Sir, this is no different. Already being dealt with. We've had the asset management team give the testimony as to what has occurred in the past and what is their present concept of intention going forward.
So,
Save for that, there's no more assurance that can be given to intervener Wayne.
sure, I still want to answer to my question, Mr. Chairman.
Well,
Mr. Chairman, please.
Mr.
The reason for
Mr.
this,
Vane,
yes.
Mr. Vane, right. So that specific question was not asked before, and I think it may be speaking to the whole question of depreciation of those particular plants, but I'm not speaking for the thing, so I would just allow Mr. Vane to put the question to Mr. Blackman, and I will stop Mr. Vane once he asks in an area that has been examined before.
So the question is, thank you very much, Chairman. Will the buildings that currently now the steam units are being housed in, will those buildings be demolished at the same time when the steam units go?
So at this point in time, there's no plan for repurposing that building for anything other than what it's doing at the moment. So it's very likely that they will go unless some alternative purpose is identified. But at this point, there's no alternative purpose for the buildings identified.
Right. So then, do you agree that the land tax improvement costs relating to the steam plant 1 and 2 should no longer apply?
The site.
In other words,
site continues,
you have the site costs. Sorry, go ahead. I was just trying to clarify, but go ahead.
Yeah, the value, I'm not sure exactly what, again, if the plans, unless plans change, right now the intent would be once the plant goes, the building goes as well. And whatever adjustments are necessary at that point in time, if any, will be made. But I'm not sure that there's any to be made.
Okay. Let me ask you again, because I want some clarity on this. When you install the clean energy bridge, the improvement value for the clean energy bridge was 1.2 million. Is that correct? And that's in the non-taxable income.
Yeah, that's right.
Right. So the question I'm asking is, I would assume that similarly, the steam plant, you'd be paying taxes right now on that building and all the assets that, would I think they usually would say that would be annexed to the land. My question to you is, if those buildings are being demolished, are you in agreement that any improvement value should no longer apply?
Yeah, whatever the BRA assesses as the approved value for the site, we would pay the tax on that amount. Remember that there are things that are retiring and depreciating, but there's also capacity and plant that's being installed or has been installed at the site as well. So over time, you would have adjustments up and down depending on the rate of depreciation of assets there, but also on plant that's installed. Like we have the low-speed plant, we have equipment that is installed at the site from time to time. So it's all based on the assessment that is done by land tax persons.
Right. So, Mr. Blackman, we had testimony that said buildings, we were contending that buildings should be separate from equipment. We then said we don't agree, but we accept the principle that if the equipment goes, the building goes. So I'm asking now, the steam plant is returned, and I want to get an understanding from you if the buildings that house that equipment will be demolished as well.
I think that was asked and answered, sir.
Okay.
Yes, the question was asked and the question was answered, but I think the intervener is trying to get an understanding in terms of the appropriate rate for the calculation of land tax.
Correct.
So land tax, there is an improvement value, which he identified as 1.2 million. I think the question is, if you get rid of the building, if Light and Power have considered reverting to the site value for the purpose of calculating that tax. I think that's where the question is going. So that's
Mr. Chairman.
Sir, you continue to sir, you continue to be so effective in parsing these questions into something relevant and something that is reason to be asked. But if that is the question, I believe
Well, that is the question, Mr. Chairman. I just want...
No, but Mr. Allen, I find that the question relating to buildings and lands, yes, the question was asked, but when the intervener introduced the whole question of the 1.2 million in improvement value, my understanding in terms of the calculation of tax would be based on the improved value. Correct. And I would have gleaned from the question, so Mr. Blackman would have been saying whatever BRA assesses is what they will pay. And I think that a prudent question we should ask in relation to the calculation of things that go into the rate base and revenue requirement, if there's opportunity for the Barbados Light and Power to reduce their tax liability, have the applicant taken those things into consideration. So
I can answer the question, sure. Yeah, we wouldn't have any test year because the plan, as we had indicated before, runs for several years after 2020. So what we would have included is those things that are known and measurable in the test year. There is a very strong possibility that when BRA assesses the site next, that the value, as we all know, because those of us that pay land tax will know outside of just Light and Power, that the value may in fact go up. It's difficult to say at this time. In principle, yes, I agree that just as the 1.2 applies to Trents, not Spring Gardens, so that would be the value that's known and measurable at Trents within the period that we're looking at for the test year. For the steam at the time of filing for the test year, it would not have been one of those things that we would have factored in as a measurable change because it was going to run for 3 years after the test year anyway. But the point and the test year would not therefore have included that adjustment. But the point I would want to make is that it isn't just the removal of the equipment at the site, but the site itself may actually, based on its reassessment by Land Tax Department, it may actually see an increase in value. That's typically what we've seen in the past, not the other way around.
Right. So, Mr. Blackman, we can close on this because the chair was very clear. I keep asking when he's going to hold lessons. All I simply want, because I told you we're here for equity, is that if it is that you have a new clean energy bridge, and it means there is additional land taxes, that those be included. Equally, if it is that you have assets that are retiring and the improvement value is being reduced, I would want to see those adjustments on the other way, and we could move on. Mr. Blackman, I think there's agreement that the pandemic, the lockdowns, the hotel closures and everything would have made 2020 not normal because I don't want to use abnormal. So do you agree that the base revenues of 186 million, and that was in your 2020 non-consolidated financial statements? I think prior to that would have been, I don't have it here, but 190 something, 96 maybe, probably about a difference of about 10 million, 2019. And we could check these figures. The question I'm asking, because it was raised by the commission, it might have been the chair, Martinez, or one of the commissioners anyhow, and I'm struggling with it. Why is it, if that's the case, that there's no known and measurable change? Can you explain why?
Mr. Allen has raised his hand.
Yeah.
Mr. Allen, proceed.
Sir, Mr. Wendt is quite correct. This matter has been raised extensively, not just by commissioners, but by other interveners. Exploring the abnormality of the test year, as some would like to suggest, the question as to the sales in the year and why there's no adjustment, this has been explored and in my mind beaten to death. There certainly isn't an area that needs any further clarification.
Mr. Chairman, I said I've been struggling to understand. How is it that we could agree the hotels were closed, businesses were shut down, and I'm still trying to understand, Mr. Chairman, how is it that the $186 million for base revenue in 2020 could still be within the test year, but when we come to any other expenses, there could be known and measurable changes? And one of the commissions asked that question, so I'm asking Mr. Blackman, because nobody could give me an answer, to explain to me why was no known and measurable changes included in the test year for the base revenue?
Mr. Chair, if I may assist politely, at line 747 to 753 is the exact quotation which Mr. Wendt would have previously asked this question on the day. I'll give you the specific day, sir.
You can give the response and
Yeah,
Yes,
please.
sir. Yes, sir. This is from the transcript from the September 28th, 2022,
What
sir.
day that was? Day of the hearing, please?
Day 6.
Day 6, let me go to that. I'll get it quickly, don't worry. Day 6. I want to go.
At page 747, at line
Oh, line
747.
747, let me get it.
Mr. Kenneth Wendt, because I have it, this is going to be a big issue for us, but we're going to deal with it, preamble.
Yeah.
That's all was available. I am now going to the test year, Mr. Blackman. I support the company in filing 2020 as the test year because of the last audited. That's all available at the time to get the application in. Mr. Blackman, having indicated that we're all in agreement that 2020 was non-normal, abnormal, whatever, can the company provide the test year on 2021 and include known and measurable damages? Mr. Blackman says you're asking us to resubmit on the basis of a different test year. Mr. Kenneth Wendt, on 20, in other words, the application is best looked at in the very most recent accounting. We're now in September 2022, where we're now looking at information from 2020, and it goes on in relation to the test year 2020, sir. The issue of the test year 2020, the normality, the abnormality, the non-normality, sir, were all poised by Mr. Wendt since day 6, sir, and is reflected in the transcripts.
Mr. Chair,
Boyce,
I thought he was.
Mr.
Go
Wendt,
ahead.
Mr. Boyce, but that is not the question that Mr. Wendt just raised.
Yes, thank you.
He asked if adjustments were made for known and measurable expenses, why the same had not been applied to the base revenue.
Correct.
What you just referred us to was to the abnormality of the test here. Unless you can point us specifically to where the question was asked and answered, then Mr. Wendt is entitled to ask the question.
Madam Commissioner, on line 761, I review the test year in 2021. Give us the known and measurable changes based on 2021. That's the continuation, Madam Commissioner. Roger Blackman says at 763, if we are directed to do so by the Commission, we would. We would have do so, but as indicated, when we discussed test year in response to interrogatories and in my cross-examination, we do believe that 2020 is appropriate. So, Madam Commissioner, the reference to known and measurable,
Boyce,
I'm sorry, ma'am, I'm just
Mr.
reading the
Boyce?
reference in,
Yeah,
761 to
Mr. Boyce,
767.
that is still not the question. It is not, we're not questioning the test year. He is questioning the adjustments for known and measurable changes made to the rate base in the application. That is what is being questioned.
I'm sorry, Madam Commissioner, I just referenced 760 to 762, where he gave reference and previous question to known and measurable changes. That was asked previously, and Mr. Blackman has given a response, ma'am.
I'm going to leave this with the board because the company says that the board will make a decision if I'm understanding that. So I have the confidence because I think the board understands where I am. But I've been struggling with this. And remember, I told you I'm here for equity. So just one other question for me, Mr. Blackman, because I haven't got the responses to my queries as yet. So there were some questions there, but if I get the answers, that'd be all right. Mr. Blackman, in the 2010 test year, and I think this would be at page 20 of the decision of 2010. Do we have that? I think it's page 20. It looks at the rate base. I think it might be paragraph 51.
You go ahead with your question, Mr.
Yeah,
Wendt.
oh, yeah, sure. Mr. Blackman, I'm getting that the plan, this is before construction work in progress, was 510,640,350. That's in 2010. By that time, the construction work in progress was just over $4 million. Forget the other items, you know, that would have bring us to about $514 million as a net plan. Now, question, Mr. Blackman. When I come to 2020, I'm getting the plant, net plant, this is before the construction work in progress, to be $646 million. And I'm getting the construction to be $143 million, which I suspect is the clean energy bridge for the most part. The question is, what would have driven the rate base up? And maybe I need this answer first. What would have driven the rate base up, and you can get those answers for me, to come from a $510 million, if you add the construction work in progress, $514.8 million, to $789.5 million. And if the clean energy bridge is in the construction work in progress, then what are the other things that would have been $146 million? And that's why you need a breakdown. So maybe if you can't answer now, just give me the information.
No, I can answer no. I could answer no. Because those answers were provided by earlier testimony. In particular, I think both my Director of Finance and for certain the panel with asset management on it would have spoken, and their memo speaks to some of the investments that we have made and are planning. Apart from the clean energy bridge, and you'll see it in my general memorandum as well, we made substantial investments in the infrastructure, both generation and T&D. Some of those would have included AMI to the tune of 40 plus million, the solar plant to the tune of 40 plus million. We invested in switches, distributed automation switches, and it might be starting to ring a bell because I went over all of these in the early days of the testimony. You can certainly find reference to the big projects in particular. We wouldn't have itemized every single detail, but you will find the big ones referenced in my memo, capital memo, and in the testimony previous given by all three of us over the last couple of weeks. So that growth is as a result of investments that have been made in the grid over that 10 years and in the generation side of the business as well, to be able to continue, as Dr. Carter was saying this morning, to give a safe and reliable service to customers and to ready ourselves in particular for the transition.
So, Mr. Blackman, qualitatively, you're impressive. What I got is that the rate base increased by $15.9 million up to 2016.
Mm-hmm.
And the rate base is now increasing by $268.5 million for the last 4 years. So when you give me the breakdown, so all you're telling me I'm not disputing. Once you give me the breakdown, we'll be able to look at the movement and to see, because we want to make sure one inadvertent double counting, whatever, but we really want to see that. So that's enough for me for now, Mr. Chairman.
Okay, thank you. Miss Lieutenant Colonel Brown.
Okay. Good afternoon, sir. So you want me to go ahead now, sir? Good afternoon to Mr. Blackman and to everyone that's here. Mr. Blackman, this morning in response to a question by Commissioner Martinez, you continue to assert that the monies removed from the self-insurance fund in 2016 were, quote unquote, returned to shareholders. Is that correct?
That's correct.
I take it, sir, that you are aware that the shareholders who would have supported the establishment of the self-insurance fund between 1993 and 2011 subsequently all sold their shares between 2011 and 2014. Is that correct?
Yes, ma'am.
Sir, thank you. This line of questioning has been pursued by Lieutenant Colonel Brown previously. We understand that the shares were sold. We understand that it's a single shareholder. We understand that his credit union is interested in buying. We understand all of this. But this is not, again, because of a line of questioning raised today by Commissioner Martinez, means that we now have to hear a repeat of all that Lieutenant Colonel Brown has done before.
Mr. Chairman? Today?
Well, I just would, Mr. Allen, I would note sometimes in your objection to statements that sometimes I may consider, sometimes you still have to be mindful of the way in which you may infer that the intervener is not capable in instances of arriving at things like, you made a statement earlier with respect to my Mr. Went in the way in which I would have been phrasing the question. So I would like a little bit more respect sometimes for the intervener. So I understand your role as counsel for the applicant, but I still would like you to be a little bit more tolerant, if that is the word that I should use. But in speaking,
sir, I do not mind the word tolerant, but I certainly would not want the suggestion be made that I was in any way disrespectful to any intervener. I have been respectful in my manner of treatment of every intervener, and my reference to Mr. Went's question and yours parsing was a compliment to the chair, not a disrespect to Mr. Went.
Okay.
That certainly was not the intent.
Okay.
As for the issue presently as raised, again, this is not about any disrespect due Lieutenant Colonel Brown. I specifically, at the beginning of these proceedings, asked the commission, because I was quite aware of what was likely, to be very, very careful in their assessment of the line of questioning that would be proceeding. Mr. Lieutenant Colonel Brown has started today asking questions that he has already asked multiple times. This is not a matter of disrespecting Mr. Brown. This is a matter of safeguarding this process and suggesting that this is not conducive in terms of use of the commission's time.
Mr. Chairman, can I say something?
Yes, please.
I want to make it clear to Mr. Allen, sir, that I have a number of questions that I intend to ask, and I will ask them. Furthermore, sir, I don't have anywhere to go, and he can interrupt as long as he likes and as much as he likes. But I want, sir, Mr. Chairman, Mr. Blackman submitted an affidavit since the break in this hearing in the last few days relative to this self-insurance fund. I am taking my questions along in that direction. I happen to be the last of the interveners, and I expect some kind of leniency in building my questions. I don't expect that you would expect a discount in this asking questions as well. So I would ask you to guide Mr. Allen to just keep a low profile, because I intend to ask my questions. Can I continue, sir?
Ask your questions.
Thank you very much, sir. Mr. Blackman, are you aware that the shareholders who would have supported the establishment of the self-insurance fund between 1993 and 2011 subsequently all sold their shares?
Between which years?
Between 1993, when the fund was first established, and 2011, when the...
2011. Yes. I don't think they all sold shares at that time. I think I understand where you're going, but remember, the transaction took place over a number of years. So it started with, and I don't think 2011 was the conclusion
The
of it.
specific question I
But
asked before Mr. Ali
principle-
interrupted me really was that they subsequently sold the shares between 2011 and 2014. Is that
Right,
correct?
so that's,
Thank you very
that's
much.
correct.
Right, I just want to make sure we're on the same thing so I don't ask you later on something that didn't make sense. Are you aware, sir, that the share price offered and accepted at the time of sale would have reflected the value of BLPC as a going concern at the time of the sale?
The value set down in the accounts for share capital would
That's right.
represent what, yeah,
The value of the company at the
would
time.
represent what was paid for the shares. That's right.
And in fact, had higher dividends been paid in the period between 1993 and 2011, it is fair to expect that a higher share price would have been demanded by the old shareholders. Is that a reasonable expectation?
I couldn't say, that is outside of my, I don't think so.
No, that's a
You can
reasonable
just make that
expectation.
assumption.
I'm going to expect you to say it. Are you aware of any associated shareholder agreements at the time that attached any outstanding dividend liabilities or assets during the sale of the shares? Bought forward
I'm
any
not.
liabilities?
I am not aware of any, no.
Thank you, and nor am I. So what we know as a fact then, Mr. Blackman, is that the funds purported to have been withdrawn, this is all we know as a fact, were in fact handed over to the new shareholders. And really any speculation about what happened before to the old shareholders is purely speculation. Is that not a fact?
No, I wouldn't agree with that. Because I'm not aware of whatever agreements or so on were in place doesn't mean that they don't exist. I was simply answering your question. As I've indicated before, well, we're not going to go over it, but we've given the rationale for.
So you don't agree, but I'm pretty sure that an independent onlooker may come to a different conclusion, and we respect your conclusion.
Mr. Brown, don't do any testimony, just ask the questions.
So just clarifying, sir. You confirmed previously, and then Mr. Ali will want to interrupt here, but this is just a yes or no.
Mr. Brown, don't interfere with Mr. Ali. Ask your question.
So that's preemptive defense.
No. Just ask your question of the witness. Do not interfere with Mr. Ali.
Do you confirm previously that in 2010, when the FTC set rates, these rates would have included provisions for allocations for the funding of the self-insurance fund? Is that correct?
That's correct.
Did customers continue to pay at these same rates even after Emira withdrew the $100 million and ceased making contributions to the fund?
No.
So there were adjustments to the rates?
Mr. Allen?
Yes, Chair. I am at a bit of a loss because, as I said, we are going down a road that has been gone down well before by Lieutenant Colonel Brown, and I'm just looking for some guidance from the Commission, because certainly I don't take my instructions from no other than the Commission. Is it that we are to allow a repeat of testimony, areas explored already, for the length of this cross-examination by Lieutenant Colonel Brown, or there will be some sort of containment into matters to be raised that were not explained by others, or matters reasonably coming out of something that occurred today? I think that's a reasonable request on the applicant's part in terms of this proceeding.
Yeah. Yes, Lieutenant Colonel Brown, if you could speak directly to the no questions as opposed to asking the witness to...
Mr. Chairman?
Just, yeah, there may be...
If my coalition wanted Mr. Allen to ask questions for us, we would have heard him. I actually have concerns about Mr. Allen trying to dictate what I should ask, or what is important to my coalition, or to me as an intervener. Sir, yeah, I indicated that the new evidence has been brought in recent days, and I'm actually going to that.
Well, ask the questions on the new evidence. That is, we do understand, but direct the questions on the new evidence. That would be helpful.
So do you understand there's a systematic way of getting to a point?
That is why he's objecting, because you're going to...
I was speaking for less than 10 minutes.
No, Mr. Brown, just hear me out. That is why he's objecting, because those questions were asked, so we know
So
the
he's
answer.
objecting because he don't want me to go down this line. He's trying to interrupt my flow of thought, sir. And I would respectfully ask your protection that I be allowed to develop my questions, sir.
Yeah, so, okay. Yeah.
Mr. Blackman, did the Barbados Light and Power utilize the same insurance consultants over the period from 2009 to 2021?
No, different, at least 2, 3, I think, consultants have been used over that period.
Right. So the consultants who did the study in 2011 were the same consultants who did the study subsequent to that?
I think the one in 2011 and 2015 would be the same. The one in 2018 would have been different, and we are currently assessing it now, and that's different as well.
The study conducted in 2011 indicated that the amount held in the fund of approximately 128.4 million was adequate to cover reasonable risks. You're telling me that in 2015-16, a subsequent study found that it only required $46 million to cover the same risk.
Yeah, the subsequent study determined it was overcapitalized. The previous one determined that it was adequate, which is true, but it was overcapitalized.
Okay, that's the conclusion of your internal study. In your affidavit dated 6 October.
That would have been done, yeah.
Right, you submitted an affidavit dated 6 October. And in that affidavit, you included the self-insurance regulations, which is entitled Insurance, Barbados Light and Power Company Limited, Self-Insurance Fund, 1998. You familiar with that document?
I am, yeah.
Are these regulations part of the laws of Barbados?
Yes.
Do you recall regulation number 8?
Not off the top of my head, but...
If I read it, you would remember?
Yes.
It says the fund shall only be utilized by the company for the purpose of replacing or reinstating the self-insured assets which are damaged by catastrophe and reinstating the financial loss following such damage. You recall that now?
Yes.
Right. Could you tell us on what basis then was the company able to use the self-insurance fund as income for dividends in contravention of this very specific rule, or, as you said, law of Barbados?
No, there was subsequent, so you need to look at the regulations, the subsequent changes to the regulations, as well as the trust deeds. And those would have been adjusted over time to allow the fund not only to be used beyond what you just read, which would be, I mentioned it before, deductibles for generation or the uninsured portion of commercial insurance, and adjustments were also made that would have allowed the right sizing of the fund.
So the affidavit you submitted on 6 October is not correct?
No, it is correct, but it seems you're referring to a specific document that may not give the full picture.
But that document is part of the affidavit, sir?
Yeah, you should have received also deeds and changes to the regulation as well, which were referred to in the previous testimony.
So you're saying that the regulations have been subsequently changed to allow withdrawal of the funds to pay dividends?
Yeah, I don't know if it specifically speaks to withdrawal of the funds, but everything that was done during that period would have been soundly checked from a legal perspective and be completely within the laws of the land.
That's in your opinion. What's your interpretation?
Well, legal opinion for the lawyers as well.
There's a schedule attached to the regulation. It's bracketed regulation 3. It says schedule assets of the company to be self-insured by the fund. And then it says A and B. You familiar with that? It's part of the same affidavit.
Yeah, I am somewhat familiar. I don't have it in front of me, but you go ahead.
I can read that for you too. It's very, very specific. It says the assets of the company to be self-insured by the fund are A, transmission and distribution systems, and they gave a whole list of overhead lines and all that. And B, generation plant, equipment, building, and other contents of the buildings. Is that correct?
That's correct.
So basically what you're telling me is that the regulations or the law of Barbados clearly specifies the assets of the company that are to be covered by the
No,
self-insurance.
that's not correct.
Okay, so again, let me read it again. It says assets of the company to be self-insured by the fund. Does it not say that?
Not as far as what my understanding of it is that it allows for those assets to be covered, but it doesn't prescribe that they have to be covered.
But I really
and it is okay, fair enough.
But that may be your understanding, but what I'm trying to get at is what the document actually says, Mr. Blackman.
Yeah.
And what I read, unless you tell me where I'm reading wrong, I may have copied your document incorrectly. It says, schedule, assets of the company to be self-insured by the fund. A, transmission and distribution systems, gives a whole list. B, generation plant, equipment, buildings, and other contents of the buildings. There's no
I don't have it in front of me right now. I mean, we could have it dissected and have the legal folks look at it, but I'm telling you that the generation was added specifically from a deductible standpoint and had been used for a short period of time or in order to cover the non-insurable part, which is deductible, but it has never been used to cover the rest of generation. Whatever we have that is available can be covered by commercial insurance. We continue to do that, and we've only used the self-insurance for those T&D assets for which commercial insurance is not available, or the non-insurable portion of the property insurance, which essentially is the deductible. And that has always been the case.
No, but you do appreciate that. We're talking about two different things. You're telling me about how it has been used and what you think.
I hear your interpretation. I hear what you're saying in your interpretation.
But Mr. Blackman, but I'm just reading what you submitted as an affidavit. I didn't know this before. So everything that I'm speaking, I glean from evidence that you provided in your affidavit in response to questions.
The insurances, the self-insurance has never covered those assets other than the non-insured portion.
I understand that, but the point I'm making to you that is in contravention of the regulations as supplied by you.
I don't agree with that, but as a matter for lawyers to wrangle.
Well, I think it's a matter for the commission to actually decide, and this is.
Yeah, okay, Mr. Brown.
Right, so can I go on then, sir?
Yes, move on, please.
How do you respond, Mr. Blackman, then to the appearance that the companies and the trustees for this insurance fund seem to have, well, a fairly callous disregard for the regulations of this trust? How would you respond to that appearance, sir?
I completely disagree with that statement. That's not true. Completely wrong, false statement to me.
Okay, but obviously we disagree with that, and I can move on. I wanted to touch on the use of your experts that you provided to establish things like the rate of return and the return on assets. Would you agree that the approach taken by all of your consultants could best be described as outdated?
Sorry, can you repeat that?
Would you agree with me that the approach taken by all of your experts can best be described as outdated?
Absolutely not, no.
No. Would you agree that they took no cognizance of the Barbados National Energy Policy and the implication that it has for moving to 100% sustainability going forward in Barbados?
The last assessment was done in 2018. You mean that last assessment that we submitted by CoreLogic?
Yeah, the report was presented to this commission by your expert.
Yeah, it takes into consideration the risk that we face with the assets that exist at that point in time.
Okay, I'm glad you brought up the question of risk, because I put it to you that they came to us with 39 examples of sample companies from the United States, from a market where these people raise capital in the market, and they bought those market risk premiums to bear in Barbados, where we don't operate in the market, a completely different environment. Do you think that was absolutely appropriate?
I thought you were talking about insurance. You're off the insurance.
Mr. Allen has raised his hand. Mr. Allen, go ahead.
Sir, it is inappropriate to be raising these issues with Mr. Blackman. The relevant expert was available and was cross-examined by Lieutenant Brown. If he wanted to put to the expert to help the commission that in some way the assessment was inappropriate or used wrong or inappropriate comparatives, it should have been placed to the expert. There is little value put in these contentions to Mr. Blackman in terms of assisting the commission in its determination.
So, Mr. Chairman, I did put the question to the expert, and in fact, I suggested to the expert that their findings were arbitrary, and they used that word. Obviously, the expert disagreed. Mr. Blackman heard the experts. So, I mean, I don't know what Mr. Allen want me to do. I'm asking the person who heard the expert if he actually does not see that the presentations they made to this commission were indeed arbitrary, sir. That's a fair question.
I answered the question, but I said absolutely
And I appreciate it, Mr.
Blackman. That's not the case.
Right, thank you. And obviously, I would not expect you to say otherwise. This, for example, they are bringing a market risk premium in
What's the question?
Oh, the question. What is the market risk premium for the Barbados Light and Power Company in Barbados?
That's not a question, but the expert would have provided all of that information and testimony.
The expert was talking foolishness, Mr. Blackman. There is no market in Barbados, so the risk premium is zero.
Mr. Lieutenant Colonel Brown.
So I'm just responding to Mr. Allen so that he will keep a low profile.
No, but at the same time, they did provide an expert witness who would have used whatever techniques they would have arrived at, and you would have had your opportunity to question them. So really asking Mr. Blackman to testify on risk premiums and things like this would be stretching it, because he's not an expert in the area, and the question you would have asked in the extent to which he would have relied on the information provided is a reasonable question, but going into the specifics now relating to the actual computation of cost of capital and all of those things would be unfair to Mr. Blackman.
So, I'm going to be, except that just a couple of minutes ago, in response to a question from Mr. Wendt, Mr. Blackman identified the rate of return on the rate base as the ultimate measure. And he is correctly so, sir. He himself just referred to the ROR as the ultimate measure. And I respect that.
But to get into the components or how they would arrive at it, so he would have taken the rate of return as provided by his expert. So the question would have been in relation to his use of the ROI, but not in the computation of the ROI. So those computations, whether the expert would have used the capital asset pricing model, the dividend growth model, the Gordon model, all of those types of things is the questions we put to the expert, to which we would rely on the actual computation of the cost of capital that we would consider to be appropriate. But to put those same questions to Mr. Blackman would be a little bit unreasonable.
But I said you don't know Mr. Blackman like I do, sir. He actually understands these things quite well.
Oh, well, okay, but okay.
Anyway, moving on, I think I've made my point, and I appreciate Mr. Blackman's candid responses. So the other area that is of concern to us that I would really like to get Mr. Blackman's perspective, if I'm allowed. Mr. Blackman, do you own yourself a photovoltaic system?
Me? No, I don't.
Are you aware of other members of management and staff who own such systems?
Mr. Lieutenant Colonel Brown, let me focus to what is relevant to this right here. So if this, I mean, his ownership of any particular asset,
But sir, the answer is just no, it's not a problem, sir.
It's not relevant.
But we just want to make sure that the questions you're asking are relevant.
But you have to give me a chance to get to the point, sir. If I just came straight to ask the question, it wouldn't make sense, sir. I have to build up to it.
No, but you see, that is the challenge. When you're building up to the question, sometimes you're asking questions that may be inappropriate. So don't build up, go straight.
Mr. Blackman, are you aware that the Ministry of Energy, commercial banks, cooperatives, and others have been promoting the purchase of renewable energy systems by businesses and by the public?
Yes.
Are you aware that it's being promoted that these systems can pay for themselves in 7 years using the current rates charged by BLPC for energy?
I believe 7 years is the figure that was used in determining the feed-in tariffs.
That's right.
But I speak subject to correction.
No, thank you. I agree with that, sir. And do you agree that it's also being promoted that having paid off for the system in 7 to 8 years, owners then have another 12 to 13 years of free service, thereby resulting in an overall electricity cost that is less than 50% of that they would otherwise pay to BLPC? Are you aware of that promotion?
No, not aware of that promotion. I haven't heard that aspect of it, no.
But does it sound like a feasible line of argument to be taken by people promoting such systems?
That one is difficult for me. I can quite fully understand. I'm with you up to the 7 years because I do believe that is
right.
What
but then the life of the system is 20 years. So what they're saying is that you then have 13 years where you no longer have to make payments, but you're benefiting from the cost of electricity before having to pay BLPC. So the net 20-year period is about half what you would have paid to BLPC.
I'm not sure about that part of it, but
it is sound logic. You agree?
Lieutenant Colonel Brown, could you assist the panel with the relevance of this line of questioning to the matter before us today?
The next question, hopefully, Commissioner should address that. So basically, what I'm asking Mr. Blackman to guide us with is whether Emera is offering. Mr. Blackman, you're aware of Emera Renewables?
Emera Caribbean Renewables, yes.
Emera Caribbean Renewables, yes. Mm-hmm. Which is the company offering these same services?
Lieutenant Colonel Brown, there is nothing before the Commission today that deals with Emera Renewables. And if this isn't a question about any applications or anything to do with renewable energy, it would be more appropriate to raise these when we are discussing the clean energy transition rider, because it doesn't form part of the application before the Commission right now.
Commissioner, I'm trying to establish that we are operating in a market where customers have the option of accessing electrical energy at significantly lower rates than currently billed by Barbados Light and Power Company Limited. And that in that environment, we need an explanation as to why there need to be an increase in BLPC rates, when on the one hand, another arm of Emera is offering significantly lower rates to those same customers.
Well, Lieutenant Colonel Brown, then I think your question should be asked, and why they're seeking a rate increase when there are alternatives to obtain
Commissioner,
energy
you just jumped into my
rate.
That was going to be my question, Commissioner.
The question of Emera Renewables really plays no part in this, because then we have to talk about Williams Solar and all the rest of providers in the industry, not just Emera. So what your question should be is whether or not they think a rate increase is prudent in an environment where customers can access energy at lower rates.
Thank you for that guidance, Commissioner, but my question was even more pointed than that. My question goes to the whole question of anti-competitive behavior, where on the one hand, an entity is raising the rates for BLPC, and at the same time, that same entity is offering to the same public electricity service at significantly lower rates through another company.
I understand your point about anti-competitive conduct. However, I do believe that the appropriate place to raise this is within the context of the clean energy transition rider, where those issues will need to be fully ventilated.
I thank you for that guidance. So can I move on?
Yes, Lieutenant Colonel Brown.
Mr. Blackman, could you give us some guidance as to why the thinking that leads to the renewable energy kind of prices on the market is not being applied to BLPC so that customers can actually see that kind of rate reduction that we're seeing in the renewable energy market?
I don't understand the question. I have to be honest with you.
Okay, can you tell us why electricity rates should be going up in a market where competitive renewable energy rates are under half?
Lieutenant Colonel Brown, just in relation to that question, you do realize that all of the renewable energy rates are set by this panel of the Commission, who set the feed-in tariff rates. Henceforth, the only place for BLPC to come if they wanted to merit increase in their rates would be to the same panel, and that's what is before us today.
So I'm trying to understand why, therefore, Commissioner, they're asking for an increase in rates here when the competitive market is driving down the rates in the other avenue.
Okay, Lieutenant Colonel Brown.
I hope that was useful, Commissioner.
I don't really think that you can equate the two, because at the end of the day, there are still other issues around the installation of renewable energy that we still need to address and overcome as a country. And at the end of the day, the rates are still set. All the feed-in tariff rates have been set by this panel of the FTC. And therefore, whether or not we have set a renewable energy rate, at the end of the day, each individual consumer has the right to choose where they get their energy from. If by reason that Light and Power deems it necessary to want to increase their rates, then the consumers do have the option in saying, well, I would either rather put in a renewable energy system and obtain my energy that way, as opposed to paying the rate specified by Light and Power.
Commissioner, the problem with that is that the well-off consumers can do that, and then what they do is leave the less well-off ones stuck with the increased rates. And that is the dilemma.
I think, but Brown, and that is the issue or discussion that we need to have as a country, given the BNEP and the vision to be fully renewable by 2030.
Agreed. And therefore, Commissioner, this is exactly the point I'm trying to make, and I thank you for clarifying that. Because basically, this is not just about increasing BLPC rates. This has implications for the country going forward, being successful in the Barbados National Energy Policy, and I think the way you've put it has clarified it even beyond.
And as I would let you know that this has been an issue which already has been raised by this panel in relation to its consideration of the feed-in tariffs and accessibility to renewable energy by all sectors of the Barbadian public.
I'm grateful to hear that kind of thinking is in place, Commissioner. So I'll move on beyond that point. I just have a couple more.
Thank you.
Mr. Blackman, have you reviewed the FTC rulings in the 2010 rate decision? You will be familiar with that?
I am familiar. I haven't reviewed recently, but I would be familiar with them.
I just want to clarify something that you had said, because I don't fully understand it. I believe that we are of the understanding that the 5-year plan presented at that time was really just a glimpse into what the future, and not a commitment by the company for any investments. Is that generally true?
It was our investment plan at the time of filing.
Okay, in the Commission's written decision in paragraph 62, Mr. Williams, then Managing Director, explained that they actually made. Can I read that, or Mr. Chairman, or would that be?
Mr. Lieutenant Colonel Brown, as I indicated earlier, we would only want you to question on new areas and not things that we would have discussed previously over the last couple of days. So I know your approach is to go to the builder.
No, just to establish the ground rules.
We don't need that at this time.
So I can just ask the question directly?
Just ask the question. Don't do the build-up.
So that's a little bit cool.
No foreplay.
But no problem, sir. That's fine. I can do that, sir. I can do that for you, sir. Mr. Blackman? Mr. Blackman, are you aware of any public threats by one Sarah McDonald not to pursue investments in Barbados unless a license is issued to BLPC?
I'm not aware of any public threats, no.
You're not aware?
No, not of any public threats, as you characterize the question.
Okay, I will leave that at that. The last item that I have, Mr. Blackman, for you, is a clear misunderstanding on my part, certainly, of the whole question of how dividends are calculated and assigned. And Mr. Chairman, this has been a matter of much discussion, I will agree, but of little clarity, of little clarity, certainly from my perspective and from my cooperative's perspective. And dividends and shareholdings are things that we actually deal with. We could probably establish ourselves as some level of expertise in this particular area. And I must tell you, sir, it's as clear as mud. Can I be allowed to ask Mr. Blackman 2 questions just to clarify this?
If there are no questions.
Mr. Blackman, In the ruling of the FTC in 2010, in January 22nd, 2010 to be exact, the Commission approved the use of a capital structure of 35 to 65 on the cost of capital. I just want to get an understanding of what is meant by the cost of capital. Is that, can I just ask so that he can just say yes or no and save a lot of trouble, sir? Do you understand the cost of capital to be the funds employed by the company to fund its operations during the year, the period of review?
The cost of capital is a weighted average cost of the sources of capital available to the business, which are largely debt or loans and equity from the shareholder. But as you would see in the cost of capital, we also include smaller elements like customer deposits and so on. So the weighted average cost of capital is essentially that, is the weighted average of the cost of each of those elements of capital that are used to run the business.
No, but you said two different things. First of all, you said available to the company, and then you said used to run the business. My question was, is it the cost of capital used to run the business for the year of review, for the period of review?
It is the cost of capital would be the cost associated with the equity and debt components of the capital that make up the business.
Now, see, Mr. Chairman, that is a matter of grave difference. The funds available to the company is one thing. The funds used by the company to fund the operation in the year of review is a completely different matter. And cost of capital applies to the capital that is needed to run the business in the particular year you're talking about. These are two completely different things. To expect...
Mr.
You want a question? You want a question, sir?
No, but not only that, but this is a question you should have raised really to the expert. As I said, the expert on cost of capital. So you keep asking Mr. Blackman questions that really and truthfully should have been asked to the expert that they had produced. So these questions, although you needed to get to the bottom of it, and we do understand, but sometimes posing the question to Mr. Blackman is where there is the challenge, because he could only give you his understanding of cost of capital, and he would have explained to you his understanding of cost of capital. But in terms of all the calculations and things pertaining to the calculation of the weighted average cost of capital, how you use the capital asset pricing model, how you use all of those things, were really questions that should go to the expert.
So if you check the records, you'll say, yeah, ask the expert. And the answers were useless. Mr. Blackman gives the most coherent answers to these questions, sir. Anyway. I know that you will remind me now that lunch is approaching, sir. And therefore, I will close at this point.
You have other questions for Mr. that Mr. Blackman could answer?
But I have lots of questions for Mr. Blackman.
But I don't want you to be posing questions to Mr. Blackman that is outside of his remit. So we just want to be fair to all persons here. So if there's a question, so I do recognize that you are very passionate about this, but at the same time, I still have to give balance to allow you to ask the question, and at the same time, I would want you to ask the question of the witness that is within the scope.
Lieutenant Colonel Brown, you do have the opportunity to make a closing statement and subsequent written submissions to the Commission in this matter. If you feel that any matter that you have raised has not been adequately addressed, and we need to take note of that, then you can address those in your submissions, both oral and written, to the Commission.
I appreciate that. All I was trying to do really is to get some guidance now so that when I do make those oral presentations, it would be based on the most current information available from someone who actually understands the situation, which I truly believe Mr. Blackman does. But I will be guided, and I thank you for the opportunity to raise some of the questions I want to raise.
But you're saying that you believe that Mr. Blackman understands these questions, but in his response to you,
No, so the truth is, that in some cases, Mr. Blackman's understanding needs to be fine-tuned.
Chair, if I
okay,
can,
but,
perhaps I could assist all the parties. A review of the transcript reveal on day 6, under questioning from Commissioner Dr. Scott Joseph, Mr. Blackman, the utility company is entitled to his own return on his investment that's commensurate with similar businesses. Can you say for sure that cost of capital and operating expenses are known and sufficiently measured? Mr. Blackman responded, Mr. Chairman, I believe them to be yes. We have a cost of capital memo that has been submitted, as well as an expert witness to come later that will be able to give more specifics of the details in response to that question. So the issues that you have identified, Mr. Chairman, were questioned to the witness by Dr. Scott Joseph. A response was given, and a reference to the memo, as indicated by Commissioner Martinez, is there so that Lieutenant Colonel Brown can address these issues.
Just want to be mindful that I was indicating that I don't want, you're referencing a document and you may be opening the opportunity for Lieutenant Colonel Brown to say that Mr. Blackman is an expert in this area.
Oh, no, I would say that. Oh, sorry, Mr. Chairman.
Right, that is what we were indicating.
Right.
That you.
But he
so
referred to the memo, sorry. I was saying, Mr. Chairman, that in line with what you, as well as Commissioner Martinez, was indicated to Mr. Lieutenant Colonel Brown, that these issues, 1, were ventilated, and 2, the witness in his response to Dr. Scott Joseph indicated one line and said, we have a cost of capital memo, and to your point, Mr. Chairman, as well as an expert witness. So that solidifies the point the chair was making, that this issue was better put to the expert, Mr. Chairman. This is the evidence from the transcript that when this point was dealt with, it was set out by this witness, which ties into what you were saying, Mr. Chairman. I have an expert coming to address these issues.
You know, Mr. Chairman, sir, one of the recurrent situations that I have certainly found as a new participant in an exercise like this is this question of deferral. The most useful part of this exercise was when there was a panel, and when one person couldn't answer, another person answered. This situation where a witness comes, and then they defer and say, well, that's probably better answered by somebody else. And when that person comes, they say, well, maybe you should have asked that. So that's not helpful. And, you know, to be quite honest, the reason why I actually enjoy and like speaking to Mr. Blackman, because I get candid answers. In the cases where he don't know, he say he don't know, and I can move on and then try to research for myself. I'm not trying to be difficult. I am honestly trying to, and certainly I want to make this last closing point. That situation where Light and Power Company actually enjoyed net income of $650 million over since the last rate hearing, and 538 was paid out as dividends, is a matter of grave concern to Barbados. Is a matter of concern to the public. If you read anything that anybody says about this, my members, this is the question that I have. And I think that this whole question of how dividends are assigned needs to be resolved, and it's worth the company's interests to actually resolve it properly. I close on that, so you don't have to acknowledge me.
All I would say in response to that is if you think this is a matter which the Commission needs to give note to when deliberation on this issue, then raise it in your submission.
We'll do that. Thank you very much, ma'am.
Let us take a lunch recess, and we will resume at 2:30. Good afternoon, everyone, and ready to resume. Public counsel.
Good afternoon. Let me apologize for not having, I'm seeing some hands up, sir. No.
Mr. Allen.
Thank you, Chair. In relation to your direction to Mr. Blackman in relation to some requested information, I believe he has done some digging, and there is an issue with one of the requests. I believe it is the contract between the Barbados Light and Power and the government in relation to the street lights. And by the terms of the contract, the applicant is only able to share the document with the permission of the government. Specifically clause 3.7, I believe, of that contract. So in the circumstances, I don't know if the ministry may be of any assistance in this regard, but that is a prevailing issue relative to the sharing of the contract.
Thank you, Mr. Allen. Ms. Cummins.
Yes, sorry, I was just trying to get unmuted there. Thank you, Chair. I had consulted with the PS and he has given permission for the contract to be shared. You can hear me, sir?
Yes, please. We've heard.
Yeah. Okay.
Mr. Allen.
Yes, sir. I have heard my friend. In the circumstances, we will issue the contract.
Okay. Thank you. Public counsel. Ms. Cummins, you raise your, oh, sorry. Yes, proceed, public counsel.
Good afternoon again. Let me apologize, but my camera is not hooked. I think Ms. Cummins has raised her hand again, or?
Ms. Cummins.
Yes, sorry about that, sir. Yes, I had, because I forgot to mention one thing. I believe Mr. Haynes would have to get that information available to the commission and to the interveners. But I believe the price quoted in the contract was not the actual price. It actually came in lower. So that information would have to be forwarded as well. So I was just putting you on notice of that, because we would not wish to mislead the commission.
Okay. Thank you, Ms. Cummins. Public counsel, proceed.
Yes, good afternoon. Sir, I don't have any questions at this time.
Okay, thank you. With respect to the information pertaining to the documents, we have done a compilation of all of the requests, and we would be circulating to all parties the results of our findings in relation to the actual requests and those that have been complied with by the applicant, and any that is outstanding, we will still encourage the applicant to address these requests. So, Mr. Allen, would you be ready to proceed with your re-examination of Mr. Blackman? And at this time, you could also, any of the outstanding matters that we did ask for him to investigate for us, I believe you would be able to ask him to provide in your re-examination.
Thank you, Chair. I am trying to remember the pre-lunch session. Outside of the contract with the government, was there a request this morning that there was another request to be met after lunch, I do believe, but it is failing me now. Mr. Blackman, if he could be taken off mute.
Thank you. Afternoon again, all. The other request I had a note of that I did reach out to the team to look for would have been more detail on the insurance. I think that was the other request made by the Simpson Watson team. However, I just wanted to, and I was still following up with the insurance broker, but I wanted to draw attention to the documents that we spoke about this morning. The CG United document in particular has a section B that speaks specifically to what is insured, what's included in what is insured, and what is excluded. And I do believe that gives the detail or the information that's required. Essentially everything except, as is indicated there, that is the list of items excluded, which includes the T&D and a lot of other things. But everything is covered there in that section B, item 1 or paragraph 1 of the section B, and paragraph 2, property excluded. If we were to seek to break down any further, then that we need to get that from our insurance broker. But the important thing to note there is that it's everything else under property that is excluding anything outside. I think it's 1,000 meters, as it says there, of the T&D substation, which, as we know, is covered by the self-insurance fund. So I could pull it up on the screen if that would help. Chair?
Well, I'm just...
I don't believe that would be necessary.
Oh, okay.
Yeah, Mr. Simpson had asked you to point him to the area. So, Mr. Simpson, are you satisfied in terms of the direction that Mr. Blackman has given in relation to where you would be able to find the necessary information?
Afternoon, Chair. Chair, I see the reference to the document. Our position is still that the document expressly states what is excluded, but then gives a blanket inclusion. And it is difficult for us to take comfort as to exactly what is covered when it simply says, according to the document, all property, and then it lists several exclusions, property of every kind and description. So that is our position, Chair, but at this point, I will not belabor it. I understand Mr. Blackman to be saying he's still working with the brokers. But for the value of the assets we're dealing with, I find it very difficult that the policy does not speak specifically to what is covered based on the respective values of each category of asset and property that we understand the applicant to own. So I believe that we should be able to obtain some proper details as to that coverage. My co-intervener has her hand raised. I believe she will add some more in terms of a response.
Ms. Watson?
Thank you, Chairman. Just little camera trouble. Following on what Mr. Simpson has said, I'm not going to contradict him, except that I would take up Mr. Blackman's offer that they can provide a broker provided breakdown. To reiterate what Mr. Simpson has said, that blanket description of property, given the value of the generation assets and the importance, obviously, to provision of service, I don't think that is something that we can accept as demonstrating that those assets are sufficiently covered from the various perils. That's what I would add. Yes, we would take that. We would ask for that breakdown from the broker.
Just sure to reiterate that it likely is easier for the broker and the insurance to identify the things that are excluded as opposed to identify exactly what is included. Everything other than what is excluded there is actually covered. All of the remaining property of the business is covered under the insurance, as that statement clearly says right there.
Mr. Chairman, I will yield to public counsel, who I know has considerable experience as counsel for an insurance company and might be able to assist us in this discussion.
Public counsel.
Yes, good afternoon again. I am rising basically to say that in respect to what they're suggesting now, to have the broker explain, I think that's the best way forward, because having seen policies, I worked in an insurance company for about 12 years, having seen policies, you usually list out what is covered. If you have a house, you list out everything. If it's a concrete building, what is it? So that you know exactly what items are covered. It's interesting that they've listed out the exceptions. So in the same way that they've listed out the exceptions, they should list out what exactly is covered. Is it generation S1? Is it S2? Is it whatever? It should list out everything. So I think, sir, that we need to have, a better breakdown from the broker.
Thank you, public counsel.
Through you, Chair. I assume that my letter of time for just cover what I require on the insurance. My letter of time from October, where we specifically want the amount, that relates to the generating plant.
Yes, Ms. Watson.
Yes, Mr. Chairman. To also add to this discussion, we know that in one of the policies, we can see an explicit exclusion of a wind farm owned by Nova Scotia Power. I mean, that's explicit. And since we are talking about what is covered, I think we can expect to see that kind of explicit explanation as to the individual assets. Public counsel made some references to some of the nomenclature that we're accustomed to in relation to the generation plant, and we would like to see that. Of course, we would also like to see that the clean energy bridge is covered, because we know the value of that, and we all know that at a certain point in time, insurance will be put in place over these assets when it comes to a certain point in the construction. I don't think that this can be looked at lightly or glossed over, because we are talking about the ability to provide service if there's a catastrophe, and that's an issue that the government itself has been paying a lot of attention to. Resilience, I think, is a term that we tend to hear, and that's what we want to be certain of. Thank you, Mr. Chairman.
Mr. Blackman, we would believe that you would have had to provide your insurance broker with a comprehensive list of all the assets to be covered by the policy for them to specifically list exclusions. So therefore, we're asking that you provide the same to the interveners as requested.
Okay, Chair, noted.
Mr. Allen, would you proceed with your re-examination at this time?
Thank you, Chair. Don't have many queries. Mr. Blackman, in answering a question from the commission this morning, you made a statement, and I just want to make sure that I understood. You were queried as to whether you were stating that all monies over and above the amount in rate base that was utilized in relation to insurance was shareholder money. Do you remember that query?
Yes, I do.
So can you explain exactly what you were referencing when you said all monies over and above?
What was included in rates? Yeah, certainly. So, and I think I've indicated previously that included in rates between 1983 and the last rate case in 2010, have been an amount on the order of $20 million for insurance. However, over that same period, the actual commercial insurance that was purchased for the business was in the order of 70 from the 1 million. And starting from 1993 and coming forward to 2010, a further $98 million on top of the $70 million have been set aside by shareholders for the purpose of the self-insurance fund. And the trust was formally established in 1988. So in my testimony this morning and previously, what I had been summarizing or indicating is that the amounts set aside in rates for insurance would have been well below what was actually used, even before the establishment of the self-insurance fund.
Okay. Now, you were also questioned in relation to a hypothetical, and maybe therein lies the issues as to the hypothetical, but it was in the context of the non-availability of commercial insurance for your T&D assets. And you were then asked whether in those circumstances about the prudence of not having coverage.
Yeah.
As you said, it was not available. So when asked, well, the money to pay for commercial insurance would certainly have come out as an expense if you had been able to.
That's right.
In the insurance, you confirmed that would have been the case. But on the converse, on the side where you had not been able to get commercial insurance and you had not set up the self-insurance fund and there was a loss incurred due to some event, at that time, who would have to find the money to repair and put back in place?
In those circumstances where a utility falls short from catastrophe of the funds required to restore, we would have to come back to the regulator in the circumstances for the shortfall. That is what we sought to avoid by the establishment of the self-insurance fund at the time, ensure that we had adequate coverage for the T&D assets for which we could not get commercial insurance.
Understood. Chair, that is all for re-examination of Mr. Blackman.
Thank you, Mr. Allen. This closes the applicant's list of witnesses, Mr. Allen.
It does, Chair.
We'd only received one request for an expert witness, and that request came from Public Counsel. Public Counsel, your expert witness, Mr. Smith.
Sir, I had advised, I think FTC had advised them that based on, I guess, the timing and everything, he would not have been available because he might have been available last week, but then we had other witnesses on the stand at that time. So basically, he would not really be available. So at this point, yes, we're not gonna actually bother then to have him understand or anything in light of the interest of time and everything.
Okay. Okay. Thank you.
Thank you.
Chair, in that regard, I am looking for some degree of guidance. Dr. Smith, or Mr. Smith, my apologies, has filed an affidavit in this matter. Obviously, with his non-attendance, the applicant is not in a position to test him, the affidavit that he has filed. And I did have a number of queries to put to him in terms of some of the assumptions that he has made. I'm seeking guidance in the context of how the commission would want to treat to that evidence. And to the extent that it is in any way minded to still rely on the evidence, the applicant would like an opportunity to file specifically as to that evidence, the issues that we believe should have been raised and which may reasonably call the evidence into question. If you are minded that to the extent that he's not available, the evidence will not be relied on by the commission, well, then there's no issue. But if you still wish to have some cognizance of it, I would ask that the applicant be given the right to file a memo specifically as it relates to the evidence of Mr. Smith.
Okay. Yeah. Thank you, Mr. Allen. Ms. Dean, would you be able to indicate what you would wish the commission to do in respect to the affidavit?
I do believe that if counsel for the applicant has any queries or if he has any questions, would he wish to put them in writing or anything then? And part of the issue too, sir, is that to date, Dr. Smith still never got responses to certain interrogatories. I know that FTC keeps saying that, yes, these were answered, but the last email I got, which was a couple of days ago from Dr. Smith, he was still referring to some interrogatories that had not been completely answered. So therein lies part of our issue. And even there's also a possibility that we could, if we were going to just consider doing a virtual hearing then for any questions then that counsel for the applicant may have. So basically, I don't think it doesn't make sense. It doesn't seem to me to be reasonable to just exclude the witness's affidavit, because part of the reason the witness is unable to be present is because initially when we'd asked for the adjournment, that was not possible. So therefore we couldn't pin down our witness because he had another rate hearing at the time.
Chair, maybe my friend misunderstands me. I am not suggesting that it should be. I'm seeking the commission's guidance, and I put forward a proposal which would allow us to speak to our issues with the affidavit. The commission is then in a position to assess the weight that they would wish to apply to the affidavit of Mr. Smith. I'm certainly not in agreement with any process that is going to prolong this hearing beyond tomorrow as was considered. So if the commission is so minded, we will just indicate the areas where we believe the evidence is questionable or weak, and the commission will be in a position to make its own assessment. But any proposal that calls for another hearing or an extension or send written questions for him to respond to me is not the most efficient in the context of the hearing and where we presently stand.
Okay, we've heard submissions of the applicant as well as that of public counsel, and we will make a determination and give you our decision tomorrow morning. Ms. Dean?
Yes, sir. I just wanted to still raise the point where some of the interrogatories were never answered. You know, that's also a point to consider as well, sir.
All of that, sir.
Public Counsel, we will issue our decision in this regard tomorrow morning. Ms. Watson?
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. I am a bit concerned that this discussion is occurring and the other parties to the matter have not been pulsed for our opinion on the issue, because we too would have an opportunity to cross-examine public counsel's expert. I will offer my opinion. My opinion is that Mr. Smith, or doctor, I'm not sure, should be facilitated in the same way that all of the Barbados Light and Power's witnesses were facilitated, with dates set to accommodate their availability. And I will not belabor that point, but I think it is a point that has to be made. In addition to that, there are mechanisms that the rules allow the commission to utilize, including having a written hearing. I would have to say a written portion to this hearing, if that is the only way that we can facilitate Mr. Smith's evidence in the proceeding. And Chair, once again, we come back to the issue of the failure to respond to interrogatories and how that has impacted the interveners. I have to place that before you again. And I think the commission must address this issue and direct the applicant to respond to all of those queries that have, those interrogatories that have not been satisfactorily responded to or at all. That's my submission, Chairman.
Okay, thank you.
Mr. Chairman, please. I'm heartened that the commission will be reviewing, because the affidavit of Mr. Smith is compelling, and we would want to hear the applicant on it as well as the interveners. So whatever you can do to accommodate that, we really would appreciate it.
Okay. Mr. Arlene, would you be ready at this time to proceed with your closing argument?
Sir, I would prefer, if the commission would so allow, that we start first thing in the morning with that. Obviously, a few matters have arisen today, which I would also wish to make reference to. We are now at just about 3:15. I know I'm set for 45 minutes, but in the circumstances, I am requesting the commission defer the closing statements to tomorrow morning.
Okay, so we would therefore adjourn at this time to...
Thank you, Chair. Appreciate it.